And hello, it's me from kind of drizzly and grey and overcast and not an entirely pleasant day in Wellington in New Zealand. So I'm here because I have not read almost anything at all this month. I finished a book from July. I have started several books. I'm not even halfway through any of them. And that's highly unusual by this time of the month. And I thought I probably should at least try and get some reading done, and figured this was probably the best way to make myself do that. So I am going to be actually doing some cross stitching because why not? I can, and listening to an audiobook. And I'm going to be listening to Servant of the Empire, which is book 2 in the Empire trilogy by Raymond Feist and Janny Wirtz. And I am co-reading this with the lovely Evie, who has just arrived in the comments. Hi, Kev. I did see you arrive just as I went live. And Evie and I are reading this along with Alan over on his channel, the Library of Alexandria. And Andrew has joined us from Andrew's Wizardly Reads, because, much to my heart's delight, Andrew has decided that Daughter of the Empire, the book we read together last month, is now his favourite book of all time. Which, given how many books Andrew reads, is saying something. So, delighted me completely, because it is one of my all-time favourite series. So, and yes, Evie, you did share that with us, that you were continuing, but that's okay. We love Evie. Evie is allowed. We are not the book police. I have yet to find a course that will let me take that title to myself. So, as of today, as I'm aware, there is no such thing as the book police, meaning Evie can do what she likes and like what she likes. And we even have to, I'm sorry, Evie, we even have to forgive Andrew for having less than desirable opinions about some of the Realm of the Elderlings books. However, Kev, where did you find the course to be the book police? But I'm not going to DNF the Vanished Birds. I literally have it right here. And I'm actually reasonably almost halfway through, which is more than any other books, you mean. And I'm not going to say they're wrong opinions, Evie, because opinions can't be wrong, because opinions are not based in fact. As we know, the fact is that the remainder of the Realm of the Elderlings series is remarkably brilliant. We know this to be fact. So, an opinion that says otherwise merely is not exact. And we have to allow this. Although, again, Kev, you have to tell me where you got your book police label from, because I have yet to find one. Because I would like to have one. And then I could feel allowed to judge other people's book choices instead of merely being disappointed by them. But, however, you are, of course, at the airport. Oh, that's right, because you're off to Denver, aren't you, this week? Thanks, Jimmy. That actually helps heaps. I've had a really shitty time this month, guys, and it's been exhausting. I have felt like I've been wrapped in cotton wool for the last couple of weeks, and trying to break through that cotton wool to actually interact with anyone is really exhausting. And I live with people, so I have to do that reasonably often to just not be a horrible person to live with. But it means that I use all my resources at getting through the cotton wool on just existing, and doesn't really leave much for me. So yeah, it's been tough, and I haven't been sleeping well. And the teenage girl who lives with us, she's just such a darling. She actually made me a spell. She made me a spell in a jar to help fight some of my nightmares. And how darling is that? So darling. I don't know if it's like a real witchy spell or if it's just a positive mental reinforcement thing, but I have slept slightly better the last 2 nights since she made it for me. So that's kind of beautiful and lovely and worth the fight to get through my cotton wool to engage with her, because she's clearly a darling girl. And yeah, so Hello to the people who have just joined. Who have we got? We've got Yolene. Hi, it's been awesome to see you. I haven't seen you for ages. And this will help because people are showing up just to say hi. And that always helps make you feel special. And Tarnal's here. Hi, it's awesome to see you. Alethea's here. You've been here. Yeah, it sucks ass. I mean, come on. I mean, it sucks balls. And we've got Carlos and Yolanda here from StoryTube. And if you are not subscribed to StoryTube, you have to go and subscribe to Carlos and Yolanda. They are marvelous. And they are about to embark on their month of Jimmy. And their video on that is simply delightful. Had me in giggles so much. It was fabulous. So thanks for that, guys. And Kev asks the ultimate question of reading sprints. What is everyone reading? So do let me know, and we will have a quick chat about that before our first sprint, where I should get some reading done, because seriously, guys, I haven't been able to soak into anything. Yolanda's reading Empire of the Vampire for the win. Woo! Sorry, I read that twice last year. I thought it was fabulous fun. And I am going to read it again. It is one of the books I have started this month and not got very far with. So, because I love it. I think it's just glorious. And Carlos is reading Winter King and American Tabloid. Ooh, I have read The Winter King. Or rather, I've listened to The Winter King because the audio is wonderful. And Yolene is reading Weaver and the Witch Queen. Ooh. Oh, I needed to tell you, which one did I buy? I bought The Queen of Nothing at All. The Queen of Nothing. One of those. I know it's one that you recommended because, I trust you. You have good taste. And hi, Chadia. Lovely to see you. And yes, Kev enjoyed Winter King too. So, and you probably wouldn't even need much help with the pronunciation on that, Carlos, because, you're pretty good with the languages. The Goddess of Nothing at All. Yes, I know that you loved it. That's why I have it, because you were just so enthusiastic about it. And I thought, that actually sounds really good. And I've had it on my Kindle for a little while now. And every time I see it, I think about you. So there you go. See, this is what BookTube does for us. But yeah. And Kevin is reading The Passage by Justin Cronin. I don't even think if I know that one. Alicia is reading Amari and the Great Game for a readathon, and Jesus and John Wayne. Okay, that's a pairing for a book club. That's quite a pairing. It sounds almost like a comedy duo. Jesus and John Wayne. It would be a hell of a social commentary, But anyway, we're nearly at 10 past, so I'll blather on for a couple of more minutes, and at 10 past we'll read for a while. But yeah, what's the weather like where everyone is? Because we have a remarkably eclectic selection of people here today. We have people from the States and people from Europe, and of course me in New Zealand. So, we've covered quite a lot of the globe here. Go us. And as I mentioned earlier, it's pretty crap here. It's overcast and blech. And I need to plug my laptop in. So I think with that, where are we? My Celtic brain is pleased with Winter King. I should be offended by the characterization of the Irish as nutjobs, but it's true. Yes, I know. For all that I live in New Zealand, Carlos, I was born in the UK, and I have a lot of family over there. And yes, you lot are completely bonkers. In a fabulous way, of course, as only the best people are, but bonkers. Tarnal is 80% into the second book of the last trilogy of R.A. Salvatore Stritt's series. Cool. I just got the third on Kindle, came up today. Nice. Rainy and overcast in New England. Same. And it's actually really nice in Belgium. Nice. Oh, and it's a public holiday. Yay! Hooray for holidays. Even if, it's not always perfect weather. It's nice that you were able to take advantage of it and go for a ride on your bike. Nice. And it's overcast in Georgia. So it seems like only Yolene has the sun today. Well, at least somebody does. Oh, and there goes the recycling truck, picking up everybody's glass rubbish. And sharing a house with someone who drinks wine and the recycling collection only coming every second week for glass. My best friend drinks a lot. Just saying. because when I put that recycling out this morning, I did put my judgmental hat on for a moment, raised an eyebrow, because there was a lot of wine bottles in the recycling. Having said that, there were also 2 whiskey bottles, but there was only 2. We won't talk about how many standard drinks that equates to. However, we have now hit 9:10, so I'm going to, what do we reckon? Half an hour, 3/4 of an hour? We'll go 3/4 of an hour, I think. I hope everybody's okay with that. We'll go to, no, that's 35 minutes. 35 minutes, and we'll go to 9:45. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'm going to mute myself, and yeah, we'll go until then. We're waking up back to actual talking to each other again because it's 10:15. Hooray! Okay. I got, I think, about half a chapter listened to in Servant of the Empire. We've had Emily join us, hooray, after her first day back at school. And that sounds like a pain in the ass. Unpacking a room and sitting in meetings. Bugger that. Oh, who have we got here? We've got Jake. Hi.
What's up?
Not a lot, really. It's just kind of, ticking along. Do you know what? I think this is the first time we have actually spoken in person.
I mean, we've spoken on Discord with Cameron for sprints.
True.
And you hopped on Mike's Realm of the Elderling live stream for the second half.
Right. True. I actually have written, excuse me, in my journal that I need to get in touch with Jake and organise a conversation about Dresden.
You do. You do need to
I
do
would
that.
like to have you on
your
the
to-do list, yes.
Absolutely.
All right, last time I clicked join the chat, it's like log in and kicked me out of the backstage, but we're going to try. Okay, it worked. No, I don't feel like it. Whatever. I'll just talk. I don't care.
All good. Because, I was like, I need to expand now. Now that everybody knows that I know my stuff about Hob, now I need to let people know that I read other stuff too.
And so you shall invite the other person who has Hob as their favorite author, who also reads other stuff. Yeah.
Of course.
You're like, I will now talk with people about other series as long as they actually like Realm of the Elderlings more.
Maybe. But to be fair, it's more the question of all the people that I know, I've gone, who are the experts in their little fields?
I am. I'm the Dresden guy.
And I'm like, Jake is my Dresden person. He's my absolute Dresden person. So I thought, that's the person I want to
I am the Dresden guy. That is true.
You totally are. Oh, and we've got Pete in the chat. Hi, Pete.
Hello, Pete. Hello, everyone.
And, so, yes, if you haven't met Jake before, this is Jake, and he's fabulous. And he is also a big Hob fan.
I'm allegedly fabulous. I'm definitely a big Hob fan.
You are fabulous. And as we just mentioned, he's also a huge Dresden fan.
I'm a fan of a lot of things.
You are. And I have Jake to thank for my love of Dresden because you got me over the hump into the better run of books. So, yeah.
I have. Yeah, no matter what you say, I know you secretly love me. So you can't trick me.
So, yes, you were the recipient of my squeeing at the end of Deadbeat. And, that remains possibly my most immediate reaction to a book ever. Like, I literally put the book down. I was like, oh my God, I have to comment on that. Someone.
That name is so close to Althea. Althea, please tell me you've read Live Ship.
I'm pretty sure Alethea is intending to or halfway through.
Okay.
Can't remember.
At first I thought the name was, and it was like, oh, it's named after like a Live Ship character. Then I'm like, no, it's slightly different.
Yeah.
I think I'll take credit for you starting Realm of the Elderlings. I'm pretty sure you would have gotten obsessed with it either way. That's okay. No one's perfect. So
you should be, because it's wonderful. But I've told you that before. So because I did for a little while have a list of the people who I knew in the series and where they were, but it just got far too unwieldy. And so
I try and vaguely keep track.
Yeah, it's easier if I just go with whoever's in the Discords. And this little group of people is reading Live Ships, and this little group of people is in Rain Wilds, and that group of people are just starting. Yes, which is different.
Yes, but I love Forest Mage. I thought Forest Mage was
massive improvement,
exquisite.
Massive improvement.
It's not like my favorite Hob book, because to be my favorite Hob book, you have to be my favorite book. So, like, that's a pretty high bar.
Pretty much.
But I was like, that's a really, really damn good book.
Oh, yeah. Really good.
Yeah, I'm going to go. It
just sort of brings that world really to life and makes him less an annoying character.
And I'm a huge fan of the way it has a plot.
Yes. Yes, things happen.
Yes.
in Forest
Because I
Mage.
was like,
So-
Soldier Son, I was like, sorry, there's a lot of books, fantasy books out there where people are like, this is too long. And I'm usually like, is it though? Soldier Son or Shaman's Crossing is like the most too long of all the fantasy books that are too long. But then Forest Mage is like super eventful and like pretty tight.
Yeah.
Like it's actually might be the most eventful Robin Hood book. Like
Yeah,
fits in the Fool
It's-
trilogy. Let's go.
you are fair. That excitement. I am about a third of the way through Fool's Quest at the moment, and I mean, you know, Jake, it's there has some. It's I mean, it's Hob too. It's emotional. It's always emotional,
Yes.
and yet every single time I read it, I'm struck by just how emotional.
Yeah.
Every
it's
time, Jake.
It's like every time I go back to Hob now, I'm reminded just like how different she is at writing characters. Like it's just
Yeah.
so I'm doing my I did my top 5 incomplete series and top 10 complete series video that I'm working on right now. No
Uh-huh.
prizes for guessing what one is. And I randomly I graded the various series on things, not like to be like they have to be in order of the GPA, but just like to help me like sort things out. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, so there's two types of school projects that get an A+. There's
Yes.
ones where it's like this is for a kid, an exceptionally good, and then it's like someone hands in a science project and they're a kid and you're like, holy crap, we have to go get this published. This is a new discovery. What's going on?
Yeah.
This child is a genius. So Realm of the Elderlings has technically the same grade as like one or two other series for characters, but like the others are like, this is really good for a kid. And Realm of the Elderlings characters A+ is like, holy crap, this child, this person, like it's
Yeah, it does. It hits differently. And there are very few writers who can do characters to that level. I mean, I know it seems like a weird comparison, but I actually put Stephen King up there with character work.
We read one King
with
book,
Robin Hobb.
but I mean, the character work was very good.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, of all the people I've read, there's like 12 authors who, on a good day, I could think they might be the best non-Robin Hobb character writer that I've read. But anyway, Dandelion is not one, but it's Dandelion Dynasty's also absurdly good.
Many people have said, and people who I trust have said so. So,
yeah, it's got a pretty steep world building curve. So I think there'd probably be other series right now that I would like. Although I don't know how much you're getting back into like series with more of a world building curve, but Dandelion's like a really steep world building curve. Probably like one of the steeper ones, only behind like Malazan and like Book of the New Sun. It's pretty, but it's also like it's incredible, but I think might cause problems there world building curve wise.
Oh, fair enough. That's good to know because I do struggle with that a lot. I'm getting better, but it's a struggle.
The one King book I read is The Stand, and I'm in this weird position where before I read The Stand, everyone was like, The Stand is the best King book, blah blah blah, and then I read The Stand, and like I don't dislike The Stand, but I was like, it was pretty good. And now after I say that, people are like, no, The Stand's actually mid. Like all these other ones are way better. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't trust you now. Like you have people like to tell me this before I read The Stand. Like, come on.
I really like The Stand. It's right up there in my favorite books of all time. I think it's great. That and It. I love both of those for Stephen King. And the characters in It also lean into his other strength, which is young people doing their coming of age. So it is pretty amazing.
Tell you what, Kev, what are the Stephen King books with the best character work? List 3.
I bet he can. And I probably will agree with him.
I actually want him to list 3. This isn't like a rhetorical question. Because then if I read one of those 3 and I'm like, then I don't trust Kev either. But if I read one of those 3 and I'm like, well, that ruled, then Kev has become a very reliable.
More reliable.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Absolutely
Afternoon,
fair
Christopher.
enough. And Chris, yes, hello.
No, Edie, I outlined a theoretical situation where I would not trust Kev. Right now I'm saying I don't know whether I trust Kev or not. It needs to be tested.
We need to verify. It's the scientific process.
Yes,
You
exactly.
have to theorize, verify.
So he's thinking. He's not just putting 3 names. He's like, He's like, all right, I want to make sure I don't mess this up. Come on.
Okay. Oh, Carlos likes Green Mile, Pet Cemetery, and It. There you go. That's my pinnacle of reading achievement. Is I read It in one day.
That's ridiculous.
I was young. I was 16. I had been grounded, so I had no responsibilities. I had no life stress. I was 16. You know, that moment of perfect time when you're a teenager and you literally have nothing else to do. And I was shitty. And so I got out of bed, wasn't allowed to go anywhere or do anything. So I'm like, fine, I'll just read. And I picked up It, and I didn't put it down until about midnight. But I finished in one day. And it was amazing. And it blew my mind. And it completely changed the way I read.
It's a productive day. Or grounded and can't do anything.
It was a very productive day. It definitely changed the things that I knew a story could do. Because until that point, I really hadn't had that sort of complexity going on. So it was definitely my step into, adult reading.
He's like, not. You know what? He doesn't want to put it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. Here you go.
There we go. All right. Dark Tower's the king thing I'm most excited for, so fair enough. All right.
But you have to read all 7 books.
Okay. Well, I don't have to, but that's okay.
Fair enough. It's a bit different, though, because some of those are chonkers. It's not like with Dresden where you've read at least the first 5.
Yeah.
Which they're only,
And the thing is, even if you don't like Dresden, the Dresden books that aren't good, they're not slog not good. They're read it really fast and you're like, that was kind of mid. I'm going to move on now. Compared to wait, what's Cav? I do not see the 3 standalones.
No.
Or should I be scrolling up? Was that earlier?
I didn't see it either.
I don't see those 3 standalones, Kev. I think you might be going crazy.
I was going to say, Kev, I think you're dreaming. Or unless you agreed with the ones Carlos put up.
I'm scrolling up. Or maybe Kev and Carlos are actually the same person. I've never seen the 2 in the same room.
No, but...
blaming YouTube. Classic move.
There you go.
Okay.
That goes along with everything I've heard, because I haven't read 11/22/63, but my friend has it, so it's in the house.
I can see that one, Kev.
Yes.
You know what book I'm reading right now, Jerry?
What book are you reading right now, Jane?
Rereading.
Nice. How many times does that make it for you?
This 3. I read it at the suspiciously young age of 14, but you just said you read it at 16, so whatever.
That's fine.
Turnabout's fair play. And then I reread it at 17.
Okay, so it's been a big gap.
Yeah, and then we got about another. I'm 24 now, so we're going approximately, bigger gap each time. And I'm not telling anyone I like it, and then I'm doing a live show with Kyle. So people are going to find out if I like it more or less or the same.
I see. Fair enough.
I have told people I'm putting my notes in my notes on my phone instead of Discord, and I have told people what my first note is. Which I don't know if you've seen my complaining about armor and things, but my first note is prologue. Royce is wearing ring mail. Yes. No wonder he gets blank wrecked. So I don't know if you've heard my ring mail rant. But ring mail.
I am familiar with your armor in general rant.
Well, ring mail is very different than the other.
I agree with it, but ring mail is different.
Chain mail, I'm normally like, why isn't it effective armor? Ring mail is a very different rank. My main problem with ring mail isn't armor and didn't exist. Ring mail is just a thing that got invented in the 18th or 19th century when people were going to parties and they wanted to look like they were wearing chain mail, but they didn't want to buy chain mail and they had no chance of being stabbed. So it's just rings sewed to your clothing, but not attached together. So they have the distinct property of not stopping swords from piercing your vital organs. Yeah. So are pretty useless as armor and also shouldn't exist.
Exactly.
And it's definitely, come on, George, you should know better.
He should know better, but
I would like the new version.
Story-wise.
I would like the whateverth anniversary edition at some point. I guess 20. When did Game of Thrones come out?
Oh, a long time ago. We're probably talking almost 30 years ago.
Yeah, 1996. So, okay, the 30th anniversary edition, I would like every instance of ring mail to be changed to chain mail.
But then you would complain about...
if he does that, I will increase my score of Game of Thrones by 0.3 for every book.
Okay. I'm sure that will make it worth it for him.
Wait, what if Game of Thrones, what if A Storm of Swords gets up to like close enough that 0.3 would move it above 10? Okay, I can't promise that because we can't go above 10. We don't do that.
No, this is true. That is kind of exciting. And Storm of Swords, it kind of does deserve that.
Yeah, I was like doing my incomplete series, and I was like, 9.4 is really high score, but seems absurdly low for like what's pretty uncontroversially one of the best fantasy books of all time.
It is, but you also got to consider too that it's really high for a middle book. Like it's not the beginning of an exciting series or a closing of one. You know, it's just that arc.
I mean, I feel like most series have the one in the middle that like is really, really good. Romulans is weird because it's a bunch of sub-series.
Yeah.
But like, I guess Fool's Fate's the end of a trilogy. Fool's Errand's the start of a trilogy. So whatever. But like, you know, Wheel of Time's like, wait till you get Shadow Rising. Malazan is like Memories of Ice and the Bone Hunters are the ones, and Toll the Hounds are the ones you hear about the bunch.
Those are the ones I hear about the most.
Changes is in the middle of Dresden.
Yeah.
Almost exactly in the middle. It's probably going to end up being 25 books.
I tell you what, I'm so glad I didn't come to Dresden before he'd got Battleground out.
Yeah.
Because I think I might have died waiting.
Right after Skin Game came out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just when you really hit that sweet spot.
Yeah, I caught up to Song of Ice and Fire when the last book that came out was Dance of Dragons. So my timing's great. And I caught up to Kingkiller when the last book was out, was Wise Man's Fear. And I caught up, which I guess the biggest weight, it's statistically most likely that's when you'll get caught up on because there's more time to get caught up in there. So I shouldn't act like this is horrible luck for me. But still,
it is
stop stalling when I get caught up, authors. Maybe I need to stop reading ongoing series for the sake
I was going to say, maybe you need to start waiting for the finished ones.
Am I jinxing people?
Please stop, Jake.
I'm not jinxing people, okay? It's not my fault.
I withhold judgment. We'll wait and see. What else is unfinished that we can keep an eye on for you? What is
Sun Eater
dropping out?
But 2 Sun Eater books have come out since I caught up to Sun Eater, so I can't. There was no jinx to be found. Burning by Evan Winter, 1 book came out since I got caught up, but then book 3 is getting stalled out. I don't know. Other stuff.
You could read Empire of the Vampire because
I could, theoretically.
Because the next book comes out early next year.
I could do that.
Next year.
I could do
I'm
that.
excited.
But so here's the thing with Empire of the Vampire. So one, just like, you know, when people like post quotes of books as they go, and sometimes it's like, that's kind of a banger, I want to read that. I've never seen an Empire of the Vampire quote where I was like, I like that. And also the author's own review of the book, which I know is exaggerated, is like basically warning me off of read it. So the problem is,
if you don't like that review, don't read the book.
The problem is now if I read the book and don't like it, I can't be mad because it's like the author tried to warn me, right? So it's just like, man, you tried to warn me and I read it anyways. So for that reason, I've said there's a guy named Chris. He's in one of the Discords, and I said I'll only read Empire of the Vampire if he reads it and really likes it, and he said he'll only read Empire of the Vampire if I read it and really like it. So we're at a bit of an impasse there.
One of you just has to bite the bullet and do it.
No, neither of us is going to bite the bullet and also never read it.
Well, no, because then you miss out on it, and that's kind of something I know you will enjoy.
No, I might read it, just not it with no capital letter with it for Empire of the Vampire. I'm caught up on
Empire again,
Evie, which is good, by the way.
Yeah, that's right, Kev. It is totally Jake's fault.
I agree. I mean,
it was a standalone.
Dragons was already a bit of a wait, and like I hadn't caught up then. I don't know about this one. I think I'll take the blame for Dresden, the wait after the game.
Yep.
That one I can agree is partially on me, but I'm not taking the blame for the wait for wins.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Right. So it's your fault that Jim Butcher's marriage fell apart.
I'll take the blame for it. No, that's just what people blamed on it. It's like an alternate cause.
Right.
The wait actually had nothing to do with his personal life exploding. it had to do with me catching up on the series. I know it sounds implausible, but I will take responsibility for what I have done.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate you having the maturity to do that. That's highly appreciated.
Yeah, very gracious.
Absolutely. And Charlie, yeah, Empire of the Vampire, it works as a standalone, but it was always intended to be a series. And yeah, I think I can't think now if is it Prophet of the Empire? No, Prophet of Edain is the second book. He did announce the name of it, but I've forgotten it now.
Oh, you mean the Philip Chase one?
I know Christoph. He did announce the name of the second book, and it is something of the vampire.
Okay.
And I can't remember what it is now.
Can't wait to not read it.
I love it. When I read that review, it was somebody had basically a bunch of booktubers were bagging it, and I was like, this sounds intriguing. I have to find out why everybody is hating on this review. And then I read it, and I was almost in tears of laughter. I was like, oh my God, this guy's hilarious. I have to read this book. And yeah, so if you don't enjoy that review,
the review served its purpose then. I always say a review does a good job, not if you get everyone to read it, but if it gets the people who would like it to read it. Well, we don't know if it served its purpose, because if it turns out I actually would like Empire of the Vampire, then the review didn't serve its purpose. But
but if you didn't like that review, there's no way in hell you're going to like
that review. I was just like, why are you doing this? Please stop.
You clearly don't have enough Australians in your life, Jake, because that is just so Australian. It is.
So are you saying if I move to like Australia for a few years and I read that review, I'll be like, this sounds great, and then I'll like the book? Okay.
Because it's got a tone that is very cultural, which is weird, but he has a voice, and it's a very Australian voice. So if you don't get Aussie humor, that's just going to come across wrong. And yeah, it's a very Australian thing, and he has a really strong voice. You can't get away from it. You know a Christoph book if you read it.
Yeah.
So, or you have to, Shadia. It's brilliant. Thank you, Evie. It's Empire of the Damned rather than Empire of the Vampire. I knew it was only one word change.
The Empire theme and not the vampire theme.
Yeah, I knew it was only a one word change. Thank you, Evie. But yeah, I am looking forward to that really a lot, because even though I'm now listening to it for the third go through of the story, because I read it twice last year, I forgot that it opens later in the story than we get to in the first book.
Did you see
told retrospectively?
Totally unrelated. Did you see there's going to be a Grim Oak Press edition of the Fiona of Our Tapestry?
Oh, I did not. Really?
Yes. I will send you the link. They have a thing asking would you be interested in buying it, because they're trying to figure out how many to make.
Oh, kind of depends on how much it's going to be, but I would be interested if I can afford it.
I think it'll be like $200.
Yeah, could be done. Could be done.
Could be better. Could be worse. I'm waiting for one of my special editions to arrive, which I got a special edition of the Black Company, which I ordered in November, but has shipped. God. It's shipped. So I ordered it when they hadn't done making it yet. Like, they started making them after the orders went in, so I knew it was going to be a while. But like a month and a half ago, I emailed them and I was like, "Is this a thing?" I was like, "Is Midworld Press actually just a scam? Like, they just got my money?" And they're like, "No, it's going to get shipped out soon." And I was like,
"That's exciting.
It looks so nice."
That is exciting.
Anyway, I sent you the thing for the summer tree. If you go to like Alan's Discord and go to GGK, you can see the wraparound cover art they're going to have for the summer tree. It looks really nice. And there's going to be art as well.
Oh, that's exciting. Because, yeah, it's one of my favorite trilogies, because I just know so many of the myths I think that he was drawing on. And it just works for me. It's like, yeah, this is just nice. It's an easy read for me, because I'm like, I know where it's going. I know all of these stories. I know. At some
point, I'll get you to read more Guy Gavron stuff.
I do intend to, but again, it's this month particularly. It's hard.
Well,
reading is hard today.
This came out a while ago. Like, this was last year. It's Midworld. It's Midworld Press. You can Google Midworld Press Black Company. It looks. The cover art looks ridiculously cool. Like, it's a full wrap cover art, and it's one of the nicest, like, full wrap pieces of artwork that I've seen.
There you go.
Yeah, that's. I'm very excited. I've been waiting.
That's very cool. Anyway, would you like to do some reading, Jake?
I don't do that anymore.
Have you joined Alan's club of I'm just not going to read
I just
anymore?
talk about the books I've already read, unfortunately. I feel I've read enough books.
Okay, you can stop now. You've
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could read a few more, but we are now, my reading goal on Goodreads is just getting worse and worse. I'm currently 22 books behind schedule.
I think I'm about 8 or 9 last time I looked. It's probably gone up since then.
I have like a good 2.5 weeks of an accidental vacation because like start date, I'm getting a new job. Go me, getting a better job.
Yay!
Direct retail, screw your customers. Awesome. So that's good. So for like 2 and something weeks, I have like nothing. So what if I just read 22 books in those 2.5 weeks?
They could get very muddled.
I'm going to try and read like
really good books or a whole series.
Something small. What if I just binged like all of Cradle?
That would work.
Count. I could reread some Dresden books.
Yeah.
There's some long books that I want to read though. Like I want to read Renegade Magic. That's pretty long.
Yeah, we need to get that up. I do need to get that out too. Yeah.
Everyone, give me a really like. I'm not reading Murderbot because I don't want to.
You don't want to. I read the first one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm kind of on team your enjoyment of Murderbot. Like, it's the series that most relies on how much you like the main character.
Yes.
I think for All Systems Red, I liked Murderbot. Like, I liked the main character, and I thought everything else was completely average.
Yes.
To Myth.
Yes.
But the main character was fun. And some people I know love the main character, so therefore they love Murderbot. And some people hate the main character, so therefore they hate Murderbot. It's not like, some first-person things, like, even if, like, in Farseer, if you're like, I'm kind of bored with Fitz, but, like, all the other characters are so good.
So good.
Or I
they can carry it. Yeah.
With, or, like, Dresden. I mean, Harry it's like, oh, Harry annoys me. And it's like, you're less likely to like it, obviously, than if you love Harry. But you can be like, Harry annoys me, but, like, the world is so good. And, like, the plot is so good. And all the other characters are so good.
So great.
Yeah. I might, actually. Read Spirit Cuts Through Water. That is something that could get read in that time. That is definitely possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. I need to read The Lonesome Crown by Brian Lee Durfee. I've been waiting. I keep pushing that because I've been in a slump and it's long. Maybe I'll just read like 5 really long books.
Well, you'll have them out of the way then.
Yeah. What if I just read like The Lonesome Crown? Oh, I could make Alan happy, and I could finally just like read the rest of Long Price Quartet. I read Shadow and Summer, and I could just read all 3.
You could.
I could read Lonesome Crown. I could read Renegade Magic. And then I recently reread Skin Game, so Peace Talks and Battleground.
Which means you have to read, And those will be, 2 days?
Yeah, those will be fast.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
that's about how long it takes me. Yeah. I did that in May. I was about to sort of pick up Fool's Assassin, and I was like, I don't have time to finish this before the end of May, and I wanted my stats to look better.
You don't have to yell at me.
Up changes.
Pete's now yelling at me like I just said I'm going to. This is unnecessary, Pete. This is like if it's like, I'm gonna go down to the store. It's like, you go down to the store. I'm like, I do.
He's already said he's going to do it. And yes,
I've already read book 1. I'm going to read the rest, okay? I've just been in a slump.
September.
To do, okay? Leave me alone.
Are you feeling
no, let's do me short stories. Sorry, we're not doing that, Evie. And then I can't do Spirit Cuts Through Water because that's not a short story. So you played yourself. You're giving contradictory advice.
It's a huge book.
I've been busy, Pete. There are other books, okay? I read book 1. I
feel like Alan would also be shouting at you.
Worst, and I thought it was good. So I'm going to like the series.
You are. So why have you put it off?
I've just had other things to read, okay?
But you know you're going to like them.
Yeah, but there's been other books I know I'm going to like. Like there was one, there's 2 that got pushed back a long time. One was like Paladin of Souls by Lois McMaster. Have you read that?
I have not.
You would really like The Paladin of Souls.
Okay.
Like you'd like Curse of the Chalian too, which is the one before it.
Yep.
But like specifically the main character of Paladin of Souls.
Okay.
Yeah. You should read Lois McMaster Pujol.
I do have that on my list, and that it was your recommendation.
Yes, but specifically like the main character of Paladin of Souls is very dairy. Yeah. Oh, that
you just
rhymes.
heard yourself say that, didn't you? And you were
Yeah,
like,
I was like, ooh,
that
that
felt weird to say.
I'm not against it though. Okay, let's see. Things I've been reading instead of Long Price Quartet. We're gonna
And then we'll tell you if it was worth your time.
Yeah, some of it was rereads. I was in a reread mood. I reread very little in
understand.
2022 and 2021, and I was like, I want to do that. Okay, so book club was doing a song for Airbone, and I wanted to reread a song for Airbone. Not willing to not reread a song for Airbone. New Sanderson novel came out. He's like my second favorite author, maybe. He has 2 modes. This isn't him in second favorite author mode, but whatever. I'm definitely reading The Lost Metal. I read Speaking Bones, which Pete is not going to complain about me reading Speaking Bones. Holy crap, Speaking Bones is so good. It's one of the best books I've ever read.
Okay.
I started The Expanse, which was maybe a mistake. I wanted to have another long series going. I also haven't continued that since then. That's the first one where I'm like, maybe I should have read A Betrayal in Winter instead. All right. But hindsight's 2020.
Yes.
Then my mom had read all of Realm of the Elderlings. So she was like, hey, since I read 16 books and Stormlight, maybe you should read some of my favorite books. So I read I Know This Much Is True because it's one of my mom's favorite books. And it was excellent. Good job, Mom. You're great. And then I read a book club book, A Master of Jinn. I was still at that point the co-president of the book club. I got to read that.
Fair enough.
Betrayal in Winter is probably better. Then I was in a huge slump. So I wasn't going to be reading anything. So I reread a Dresden book. I reread Cold Days. I wouldn't have read A Betrayal in Winter instead. I would have just read nothing. And then I finally got my hard copy of Tress of the Emerald Sea, New Sanderson book. That's not getting pushed back. And then I read Augustus. So if you yell at me for reading Augustus, Alan is going to show up where you live and beat you up. So be careful.
You will go in the Holy War book.
Neverwhere, book club book. Betrayal in Winter is probably better, but book club book, whatever. That's going to be a running theme. But okay. And then I was still in a reading slump, so I was like, screw it. Words of Radiance. Again, I wouldn't have been reading other stuff if I didn't read Words of Radiance, so there's no opportunity cost here. Book club book, Marrow Thieves. Thought it was pretty bad, but it was the book club book. Whatever. And then I'd make an agreement with someone that if he read Fionavar, I would read Dreams of the Dying. So I read Dreams of the Dying, which is good.
Who read Fionavar?
Oliver, person I know on Alex's Discord, friend of mine, talk a lot on chat. I don't know if you interact with them very much.
I don't think I do.
Good guy. Then I read The Way of a Dan by Philip Chase. So if you're complaining about that, you hate Philip Chase.
Hey, I also have read The Way of a Dan.
Okay, and then there were people doing a Sarantine Mosaic read along, so we're doing that.
That goes without saying.
Yeah, so Sarantine Mosaic had to happen. Lovecraft Country book club book. This one was good. Lovecraft Country was good.
Okay.
And then I was like, finally, I have time to read something else. But Louis Bujold had been waiting for longer than Daniel Abraham, so Paladin of Souls.
Which
had been waiting even longer. And I like Curse of the Chalian more than I like A Shadow in Summer. So
fair.
And then book club book, The Dispossessed, but this time the book club book ruled. The book club book finally broke the streak. There was a really long-running streak of book club books that I was not directly involved in. Were never 5 stars, but this one was. Let's go Dispossessed. If you complain about Ursula K. Le Guin, you hate women and quality writing. So, Pete, I don't know if you have objections to any of these. Okay, Soldier Son read along, Shaman's Crossing. You're not allowed to complain about me reading Robin Hobb on a dairy sprint.
Hell no!
Evacuated from life.
Hey, I would just be disappointed. But it's Kate. Hi, Kate.
Hello, Kate. Anyway, then I was like, well, I reread Cold Days. I would like to reread Skin Game now. So Skin Game.
Yeah, because you're on the for me, and that's
the day. So whatever. Then New Sanderson book, Frugal Wizard. Yeah, it was kind of mid. Whatever. And then I read.
But you don't know until you read it, and it's an author you love. So yeah.
Yeah, and then I read Forest Mage, which again, complaining about Forest Mage. I'm sorry, Betrayal in Winter is not going to be better than Forest Mage. Forest Mage ruled. And then Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, this time New Sanderson release, but was better than the previous New Sanderson releases. All right, that's all the books I've read since I've read A Shadow in Summer. So
okay, so there were a few opportunities where you could have continued with LPQ. Can't really argue with that logic, though.
Yeah, the only one where I'm like, I maybe should have read A Betrayal in Winter instead of this is Leviathan Wakes. But also, a ton of people wanted me to read Expanse. I was getting yelled at for not starting Expanse. So, you know what? That's tough, Pete. I'm going to read Long Price Quartet. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's okay. So who's joined us? Kate and Emily have joined us and Pete since the last sprint. So what are they reading? And then I think we should probably sprint.
Yes, and then I will read some Thrones. Whose point of view will I be going from? Tyrion. Haha.
I love Tyrion. Oh.
I will not make any commentary on how much I like Tyrion. Oh wait, I was thinking for myself. What was Evie's question? When's our next book swap, and what are you going to have me read? I don't know. I feel like I always do worse on the book swaps. Like, what's going on? The only time I've done better is with Oliver, because I think I like Dreams of the Dying a little bit better than he likes Fionavar. But like every other book swap I do, they end up being like, "Oh my god, this is one of the best things I've ever read," and I'm like, "That was good," or "That was like." There's been a couple where I've liked it. There's one with a guy named Faber, who's a legend, who I don't know if you know, but I got him to read the Sarantine Mosaic.
Nice.
And that went really well. We got a bunch of Faber. He only answers in single sentences or essays. Those are the only modes he has.
Okay.
Really, really, really smart dude. Probably the smartest person I've ever interacted with. Definitely the smartest person I've ever interacted with. Sometimes to a hilarious degree. Anyway, so we got a bunch of essays about why Lord of Emperors is like goated and it's one of his favorite books ever now. So that worked. And the stuff he got me, I really liked. He's like Chaos Walking, which I was like, okay.
Bit different.
I swapped someone named Chief, also more Alex Discord's guy. He read Assassin's Apprentice, and I read The Golden Compass. And I like The Golden Compass. Robin Hobb's now his favorite author.
Nice.
And he was going to read Assassin's Apprentice anyways. Why did I agree to that? So yeah,
because encouraging people to read Hobb is an important part of being a booktuber.
You need to book swap with me because I'm going to read The Spear Cuts Through Water. Okay.
Yes. And hi, Jennifer. It's lovely to see.
In fact, if I end up getting you in a book swap, I'm gonna just set it up so we agree to read Spear Cuts Through Water when I was gonna read it anyways, and it'll be me tricking you. So you don't want to do that.
Yeah, you're just going to cover all the bases all at the same time.
We could just do it so it's like when we were both going to read the book anyways, and then it looks like an agreement, but actually like neither of us gave the other up. Like you could just agree to read A Brightness Long Ago when you were going to read A Brightness Long Ago, and I could agree to read Spear Cuts Through Water when I was going to read Spear Cuts Through Water.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
And we could see what's the better great prose fantasy standalone.
Good. Anyway, I'm going to call it and go, right, we're muting and we're going to read because I'm in a groove with my craft. I'm reading. I'm listening to Servant of the Empire while I am working on a piece of cross stitch for the lovely Evie, but it's a gift.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to do A Brightness Long Ago read along, we could maybe get Philip Chase in that and be like, "Hey, Philip, want to do a read along for A Brightness Long Ago? You can start Guy Gavriel Kay there. He'd really like it." It's my long-term plan is to get Philip to read more Guy Gavriel Kay. He's like, "I'm gonna reread Tigana first." I'm like, "What? Okay." Tigana stealing the spot. Tigana is the only book that I really love that I enjoy it when people hate on it because it steals the spotlight of all of Guy Gavriel Kay's other books.
I actually understand that logic completely, Jake.
Like when people are like, Lions is great, Arbonne is great, Sarantine Mosaic's great, and then hate on Tigana, I'm like, take that, Tigana. That's what we get.
Right, we're sprinting.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so we're on back at the hour.
I am.
How did you go?
Pretty good. A couple chapters.
Nice. We're just reaching the approach to a defining battle that has been schemed for several chapters.
I think I've got a page and a bit left of this chapter, and we're about to get to the roll credits moment. We're about to get to when you play a Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground.
Yep. Dun, 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 dun. And you're left going, what? That was the one thing with the show, is every hour was just, no, that wasn't an hour.
Yeah.
So, yes. So I've got Alethea. That was good timed. Good time. Well timed, that sprint. Alethea was able to have her meal and come back. Yay. And Aaron was asking what I was making. I'm making you a cushion, Evie. With a picture of a girl reading a book, sitting on a dragon who is sleeping. So, yeah. Because let's face it, we're all book dragons. Forget bookworms, rather.
Yeah, like 20-something pages, 28 pages, but pretty
Nice.
big pages. I mean, this copy of A Game of Thrones is like 600 and something pages. So.
Yeah, that's my one. My one's 700 and something. My one, not counting the appendices, 780. 780 exactly.
671.
Yeah. That's pretty
I
good.
recently found these. It's one of the things that caused the reread. I found these in a used bookstore for like $2, and I got the entire one. 1 second. Oh, you can see them there. There's like 1 second. Clash of Kings, Storm of Swords, Feast for Crows, Dance of Dragons. These 3 hardcover. These 2 trade paperback.
Nice.
You take that.
Pretty good going.
Compared to this is my previous copy of A Game of Thrones, which just has seen, has seen better days.
Yeah, I like my old copies of books that look that tattered. They give me a feeling of warm fuzzies.
Yeah, they're just not that pleasant to read.
Well, I mean, bookworms are kind of book dragons, so they're almost the same. Just like Smaug, but sleeping on a mountain of red books. Well, that could work, but then I'd have to embroider actual books on here as well. And I'm sorry, but it's taken me literally, this is day 6, and it's taken me 6 days just to get that much done. So, and that is about, I don't know, a 30th of it. It's going to take me a while. And so I don't want to add books underneath the dragon. He can just be sleeping. He's just sleeping. So, much too big a mountain. This is true. Unread books would have to be it would be an Everest of mountains. Read books. Love my optimism. Well, it's kind of a thing. You have to be optimistic, Kate. You know this. When the world is full of doom and gloom and it's hard to see past the end of your nose, you've got to tell yourself that what's out there is better. Otherwise, what's the point? So, but anyway, what was I going to say there? My old tattered copies. I have my old tattered copies of The Servant of the Empire and Mistress of the Empire, and my original Farseers of Royal Assassin and Assassin's Quest. So yeah, it was. They're pretty old. They're old enough that my Assassin's Apprentice copy died. It fell off a shelf and pretty much just exploded. The glue was just so old, and the spine so tattered, it just kind of
just fall apart. Yeah,
and it was not a good day for me. I did not react well to that, and that was when Jimmy sent me this beautiful copy of Assassin's Apprentice.
That one should last a long time.
Made me cry. So yeah,
that one lasts long because the bindings for those are sewn. So.
They're beautiful. They're actually beautiful.
They should not be exploding anytime soon.
No, not at all. Not at all. And they're a joy to read from, I have to say.
I mean, there's no need for optimism if nothing bad happens. If it's all good things happening, then it wouldn't even be a decision to be optimistic or not. It'd just be like, yeah, everything's just good. So
yeah. And to be fair, some of the people in life who have lots of good things happen to them are miserable bastards because they just take it for granted. And yay, Matt also loves Realm of the Elderlings. As I'm pretty sure I've said before, welcome here on the channel. If that's the case, you can come visit whenever you like. But yes, I'm a fan of optimism. It's all too easy to be pessimistic. And part of it is in reaction to my innate pessimism. And that, or is it realism? I don't know. I have to force myself to look on the bright side because, anyway. Yes, the very, very well-worn spine of a dilapidated book is very much a well-loved book. It's good when you find those in secondhand stores because you're like, this one has been loved, so I'll find a better copy of that book.
So that one can also be loved.
Yeah, because this one isn't going to last much longer, but is clearly worth having. So everything will be better after next Monday. That's my opinion. Optimism right now. Yeah. Yep, your board exam is Monday. Oh, that's a big thing coming. Yes, everything will be better after next Monday. That looming thing won't be there, casting a shadow over everything else, because I imagine it is casting a shadow. Yeah, that's a lot. Jake, what is the rainbow-coloured series behind you?
That is not a series, Matt. That is the Penguin Canada editions of Guy Gavriel Kay's books.
Well, they do look nice on the shelf behind you.
They do. When I first got them, I put them in publication order, and I was like, no, that looks wrong. And then rainbow order, and it was like, yeah, that looks good. It's amazing how much worse it looks like. Just like if I move one book around, it's just like, wow. Like if I just go like this.
This is so funny.
Yeah. I don't want my headset to come out, so I'm leaning my head back. Like, look how much worse it looks instantly. Like, it's just, it needs to be in rainbow order. They're nice to read as well. Like, they're very floppy, and they stay open.
Oh, that's nice. Oh.
And they've got reasonable sized font.
Oh, I like that.
So, basically, go Penguin Canada, because
I reckon.
I don't think you guys can get these unless other Canadians are watching.
I was going to say, or if we perhaps have a friendly Canadian around.
Yes.
But, tomorrow is, in fact, another day, Tarnal, in which we shall not go hungry, to quote Scarlett. Actually, I must remember to ask Matt over on Matt's book reviews if he sees the comparison between Scarlett and Malta in the Live Ships series, because I always see it. I see it so strongly.
I don't know who Scarlett is, but
no, that's what I
see
said.
the comparison between. I see the comparison between this character and Malta, Sansa.
A little bit.
He's not as smart, like he's not as calculated, but
I think with Sansa she's not as nasty. Like she's not as vindictive. Malta's got a streak of mean in her.
Yeah, for sure. But Malta's also like a lot more like generally like calculating and analytical about how she sees the world.
Yeah, she's always been very strategic in the way she behaves.
It's just the things he's trying to accomplish with that strategic are very.
Yes. And yes, we are all wishing you luck, Kate, because 8 hours and 275 questions sounds insane.
Questions. Oh my God.
Although, to be fair, that does also make me happy to know that any doctor I go to has had to go through that. If that makes sense. So,
sure. I mean, if they're performing an 8-hour surgery on me, it's like, well,
yeah,
they can focus for 8 hours straight.
Yeah. And this is why. Oh, okay. That explains why you're not a Scarlett fan, or Malta, Emily.
Oh, Malta is a character from the Live Ship Traders. Which
so on my channel, yes, you did.
It's not technically illegal to be here if you haven't read that, but it's like.
So how did you even find me?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. But it's yes, I've said that to a few people. It's like, if you haven't read Hob, why are you here?
It depends. If you are here just because you like dairy, that's great. If you're here because you found it because you read Farseer, Tawny Man, and Fitz and the Fool and Skip Live Ship and Rain Wilds, then
we need to have words.
You have some things that you gotta go fix.
Yeah, and a lot of apologies to make to yourself.
Yes, but, you're really the person you'd screw.
You're the one who missed out.
I love like all the live ship characters, or as characters, not as people.
Yeah,
but like.
Oh, I'm with you, Kate. I love Malta. I think Malta is the best. I see a lot of young women, or rather, I see a lot of Malta in a lot of young women who just aren't being challenged the way they need to be, and their talents and their brains just aren't being used the way they could be, and they would be so much happier if they had that challenge. So yeah. Shillatone, reading all their. Well, there you go. This is an acceptable response, Thano.
Are you atoning because you haven't read any, or because you only read the Fitz books out of curiosity? Or only Farseer, which would be the most acceptable. If you've read only Farseer, that just means you're still on your journey.
Yeah.
So.
That's right. And hello, Dimitrik. Dimitrik? That sounds Dimitrik. Yeah, I think that's how I would say that. And you were Malta growing up. Well, there you go, Kate, because now you are not Malta. Or rather, you are Malta, but later Malta. You know what I mean. Because, again, clever needed challenging. And now you have an 8-hour exam looming. Oh, that's a challenge.
That is a challenge.
So, and well, there you go. Fitz knows who loves him the most. Hello, Puss. I would show you Motzi. He was out in the rain and he came in during the first sprint just looking like a drowned rat. And it just looked ridiculous.
Yeah, look, when they're wet and bedraggled. That's
yeah, because he's a floof. And so the floof with the wet and the huge eyes.
No, we would have wanted to see that.
Funny. And now I saw him come in, so I did put a towel on my bed thinking, if you come and lay on my bed while you're soaking wet, I am not going to be happy. And I put a towel down, and I'm so glad I did because he's there now, leaving very wet cat fur everywhere. But he looked so cute and pathetic. But, and your Fitz and Vash is attacking your chair. How's Vin doing anyway, Jake?
Vin's doing well. Same as usual. Wants to go outside and murder things. I don't let her, which makes her sad. But she gets over it very quickly. What do you say?
Put one of the jingle bells on her.
Yeah, it's too late. We got her when she'd already been an indoor cat for almost a year. And when we first got her, the place had there were coyotes. So, and now she's been an indoor cat for 4 years. So I wouldn't just send her out to be an outdoor cat because I'd be worried that she'd just get hurt because she doesn't.
Fair enough.
Lacks any competence at not getting in trouble, right? She thinks she's tough, but she's a total wimp, right?
But she's a cat, so she innately believes that she can kill anything she likes.
Yeah, well, confidence is sometimes not good. Too much confidence.
They're cats; they can't help it.
Yeah, well, I can help it, so she stays inside.
This is true, and well done. Most cats in New Zealand sort of freely roam between indoor and outdoor. It's rare that they very much are indoor cats.
First two cats I had growing up were that, but Vin is indoor.
But we have to, I think most people in New Zealand put bells on our cats because so many of our native species don't fly. So they're very at risk from cats.
So
they just released kiwi into the bush around where I live. So it's no, we very much make sure that Mott's has a bell. So
you'd think that cats wouldn't be able to catch birds because they can bloody fly, but they do.
When you come to a country where they don't need to fly because there are no predators that can kill them. Yeah.
You have a really good expression that I've never heard before and you just made up. I think that's going to catch on.
Yeah, I think it might. It's quite catchy. Do kiwi birds eat cats? No, but cats eat kiwi chicks. So, although kiwi birds are enormous, people don't realize how big they are. They're big. They're as big as a large cat in terms of mass. They're big by the time they get big. But when they're babies, obviously, cats can eat them.
By the way,
and they're not very clever.
Evie, what I said earlier is that like I'm gonna read A Spear Cuts Through Water anyway, and presumably you're gonna read A Brightness Long Ago anyway. So like, there's no need for the agreement. Like, we could just have a fake book swap where like I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna read Spear Cuts Through Water at this time, but it'll just be when I would have read it anyway. So like,
that
it won't
works.
accomplish anything.
Yeah.
But then
yes, Kate, that's why I clarify, because they do look little. All the photos make kiwis, the birds look tiny, but no, they're big. Are kiwis the size of chickens? I would actually say in bulk in their body, a little bit bigger. They're probably full-grown kiwi, probably sit between a reasonable sized chicken and a turkey. They're sort of halfway between there. And they're aggressive. Like, they're stupid, and they don't see very well, and they're aggressive.
See, Vin thinks she could take one, but if she saw one, she'd get scared.
She'd probably freak out.
Yeah.
I mean, they're well camouflaged. I mean, they're sort of a grayish brown, so they're difficult to see. But yeah.
I mean, that's fair. I was going to read Dune Messiah, but I read it earlier. But I'm going to read Spear Cuts Through Water relatively, I don't know, like, whatever. I mean, I'm going to read it. So,
yeah.
If you want to read A Brightness Long Ago, that's cool by me. I will not be complaining.
Yes. You just tell each other, go, right, I'm reading my half of the book swap.
Yeah. So you better read yours. Hold up to that in the bargain. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally a book swap. You're right. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Brightness Long Ago. Yeah. Which is shorter. So you're actually coming across ahead.
Exactly. And both of you could get content from that. So, yeah. Easy peasy. Here we go, Emily. Visually impaired, aggressive, long beaks, winning combo. Oh, totally. The fact that they can't fly is what made them so endangered, because that's a lot of meat on a bird when you consider that they don't have, well, they have wings, but they don't use them. So
yeah, what's the evolution plan there? Like, what's their path to not being murdered?
Well, nothing here can murder them.
Oh, that helps.
But that's the thing with New Zealand. There are no native predators. In New Zealand. So our largest indigenous mammal is a bat.
Okay.
We did used to have an enormous eagle called the Haast eagle. Like, it would make the bald eagle look pathetic. The Haast eagle was insanely huge, but they died out millennia ago. And then we had the moa, which is like an emu or an ostrich. And they died out a few hundred years before European settlers came. So, but the moa was a giant bird, so wasn't really interested in eating other birds. So now, of course, there's rats and ferrets and weasels and cats and dogs and, all of the wondrous animals that we white people spread all over the globe to eat everything and spread disease. So a lot of the animals here got killed off real quick, which was a problem. Here we go. Title guesses for Hobbs' new bee book. She's working on 50-50. It will have profit in the title. Yeah, I can see that.
I feel like I can't discuss this without spoiling things, because I'll be like, well, it won't be blah, 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 blah. And I don't even know if I can say further, but
Prophet's Quest. How vague is that?
Yeah, Quest. Prophet's Errand, Prophet's Quest, Prophet.
Both of those could work.
Something.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah.
Royal Prophet.
Anyway, yeah, it's hard to discuss the titles without potential titles without spoiling things. Generally hard to talk about that without spoiling things.
Assassin of the Prophet. Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, so there was a thing for the book club where they were connecting titles. So the example was like Ender's Game of Thrones. And I was like, ooh, I can do that one. I can connect 3. The Golden Fool's Assassin's Quest.
Yeah. Oh, I like that a lot.
Or the Golden Fool's Assassin's Fate.
Yeah,
or the Mad Ship.
How long could we string that together?
I think you can only do 3. I think you can only do the Golden Fool's Assassin's Fate, which is obviously connecting the Golden Fool, Fool's Assassins, and Assassin's Fate.
Yeah.
I couldn't come up with
yes,
doing
because
more.
it's only the
And
first
then you can
word.
also do
It's
3
only...
for Dune. You can do God Emperor of Dune Messiah. And that also includes Dune. So it's technically 3. It's God Emperor of Dune, Dune, and Dune Messiah. We snuck Dune in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did. Here, I'll get a bunch out of your way so you have to come up with new ones. Ready? We got Veiled Throne of Glass, Ender's Game of Thrones, a Storm of... that doesn't work, it's plural. Jade City of Brass, The Way of Kings of the Wild, The Final Empire of Silence, Dust of Dreams of the Dying, The Great Hunt for Red October.
I like that.
The Way of Shadows for Silence in the Forests of Hell. And then we got Fool's Assassin's Apprentice, Fool's Assassin's Fate, Fool's Assassin's Quest, The Golden Fool's Assassin's Quest, Mad Ship of Magic, Mad Ship of Destiny, The Wandering Fire and Blood, Demon in White Night, A Shadow in Summer Night, A Shadow in Summer Tree for the Fionavar book. What else have we got? The Rage of Dragons of Autumn Twilight. This one's kind of cheating. Rhythm of Warbreaker.
I like that.
The
yes,
golden...
Emily, I'll timestamp it and send it to Alan.
The Golden Fool Moon. All the Seas of the World We Make. Lord of Emperor's Blades, combining a really, really good book with a less good book.
Well said.
Revelation Space Opera. I was sad we couldn't ignore plurals because I could combine the heroes with Hero of Ages to make the Heroes of Ages.
I like that.
All Systems Red Seas Under Red Skies. There we go. That's all the ones we got.
I'm going to have to play with my spreadsheet later because then it'll do all the work for me.
Yep.
Hi, DK Moon. Good to see you.
So the rule is it has to have the same word twice. You can't ignore plural, but you can ignore words like the, an, etc.
Okay. I get you. But yes, you're right, Emily. They would. So I definitely will. Pass them along. The Way of Malice. Oh, I like that.
What is that?
Oh, I think we're just book merging those.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
share
whatever.
the word.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
Something has to have malice in the title.
Oh, there's
it's a one-word title, so but then it's just the same thing again. So
so it needs to be a multiple title.
Books named Malice. So apparently, I just put Malice in Goodreads. So A Touch of Malice is actually combining 3 books because it's combining A Touch of Malice, it's combining Malice by John Wynne, and it's combining Malice by Heather Walton.
That's funny. Yeah, that's a lot of malice.
Oh, and Malice by Kigo Higashino. There's got to be one that... Oh, and another Malice by Cora June.
So it would be...
I want one that starts with Malice. Okay, Malice House. There we go. So we can go... whatever the previous thing was Malice. Okay, wait, you can use Malice. You can get like 10 here. There's so many books called Malice. You can
That's
go
right. Malice has lost all meaning now.
And
I
Malice
love it when that
House.
happens.
Okay, Court of Monsters and Malice House, and then the Malice is every single book called Malice, which is like 12. All right, so that's like 14.
Lord of the Rings of Power. I like that. But I love it when that happens to words, Kate. When you say it so many times, it loses all meaning. It gets the same when you write it. When you write it so many times that now you look at it and it just looks wrong. You're like, I'm pretty sure I've spelt it right. And then you start questioning yourself and then you're done.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever written a word down and just confused yourself over what it is?
I don't
think so.
It's
the weirdest thing. It really is the weirdest thing.
It sounds like the type of thing I would do, but I can't remember doing it.
I have done it, and it is weird because you end up just staring at the word. I've had to leave it and go away because my brain has just gone, can't function. And come back to it later, and I'm like, what the hell was so confusing? Of course that's right. Or wrong. But it's shocking. Although the funniest one where words have lost meaning or spelling has to be when I was still at school And one of my friends at the time, she goes, please don't laugh, which of course is always the cue for whatever's going to come next is stupid. And she says, how do you spell the? I nearly fell off my chair. She goes, I can't think. She goes, it's just blank. I can't even think. And seriously, the? But in the years since, the number of words I've forgotten how to spell that are really simple, I get it now. Yeah, there you go. Evie's done it. And you've done it with the word rifle. That's an interesting one. Yeah, and it can look wrong. And I think that's a thing of being a reader, because we're used to what a word looks like. I used to have to write it down when someone would say, how is that spelt? And I'd go, hang on, and I'd write it down and then go, yeah, that looks right. And, there you go. But
I just type things badly into Google and then hope I type as close enough that Google will tell me how to spell it right. But sometimes I'm not close enough and I have to start changing letters, and I finally get it close enough and I'm like, there we go.
You knew it was in there somewhere.
I love it when you type a word so badly that autocorrect just has no
Can't
idea
even
what to recommend. It's like, this isn't a word. I don't know what you were going for, but
that is funny when that happens. I think we've all got that in our brains to some degree when we don't quite hear something, so we put in a word that we think makes sense. And I think that's why people get names wrong, because that's what I get when I introduce myself. You can almost see their brain go, Dairy's not a name. Kerry. Hi, Kerry. And I'm like, no, Dairy. And they're like, and you can see them go, did I still mishear that? Because that's
I do that all the time.
Yeah. But yes, I've had Sarah. I think that was the most different from Dairy. I don't understand how anyone could get Sarah.
Emily, that's how you spell vacuum. You just spelt it like that. That's correct.
I hate it because I spell in English spelling, and yet almost all of the internet prefers me to use American spelling. So if I've got a U in a word that I know has a U in it.
Oh, yeah, I'm Canadian. We have the U.
The internet tells me it's wrong every time. And I'm like, no, it's not wrong. But then I start ignoring it when it tells me my spelling is wrong. So then I don't notice when I do spell words wrong, because I've ignored it for so many of the ones we get right.
I mean, so, okay, I think for the reason the doctors write so badly is then if they spell something bad, they have plausible deniability. And it's just no, I spelled it correctly. You just didn't read my writing.
This is true.
Have you seen
one of the prerequisites?
Have you ever seen the meme of someone took a picture of doctors writing and being like, what is this that you prescribed to me? And they instantly wrote it out. And it's literally just a squiggled line with it. Let me see if I can find it.
I can't get occasion right either, Evie. Ever. It doesn't matter how many times I try and type it. I always type it wrong. Always. And then I'm always like, well, okay, is it 2 C's or 2 S's? Or 1 C and 2 S's? Or 2 C's and 1 S? And it doesn't matter which combination I use. I always have to go through 2 or 3 before it goes, yes, that's the right one.
I'm going to send this to you. If you want, you can put it up on the thing. But I love this doctor's handwriting name.
Oh, okay. Let's do 2 C's and 2 S's. Yeah, it's shocking.
Whatever. Oh, I hear dog barking. What's up, dog? Yeah. Probably fine.
Yeah. No, a person has walked vaguely in the space that he guards. Or thought about walking in the space that they guard. Dogs are very, what's the word? Proactive in that sense. Stopping by to say hi. Hi, Kay. How are you? It's lovely to see you.
Hello. I'm probably gonna abandon the sprint really quick. So you got to recruit one of these people to get Evie to get on here and replace me. Probably be a better replacement anyways. Views will spike right away. They'll see the thumbnail.
Oh, absolutely.
They'll be like,
Jake's finally left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't blame you. I mean, that's one of the great things about one of the bad things is I have to watch my own videos when I'm editing them, but then after I release them, I have no social pressure to watch my own videos, and YouTube doesn't recommend me my own videos, so it's pretty great.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you guys have to deal with. I mean, YouTube doesn't recommend, but when it does, it's like, oh.
Well, everybody's failing at YouTube. I set my YouTube as a thing on my bookmarks, but I set that to my subscriptions feed. So I only ever see people I've already subscribed to, unless I deliberately go to my YouTube homepage. So you show up, Jake, because I am subscribed.
When I actually make videos. But
yeah, I was just going to say, I don't see you often, but you do. You do show up.
I was more consistent, but I mean, I had a video recently-ish, and it was one where I actually spent more time on.
Yes, you did.
I was happy with how it turned out.
Well done. I haven't done anything for such a long time, and that's why yesterday I thought I should probably do a sprint or something just to let people know I'm still alive.
That's good.
Yeah. That's kind of how that goes. But yes, Kate, having nice handwriting, you're going to have to work on that if you're going to be a doctor. Although it's all done on internet here now. If I go to the doctor and they prescribe something, they do the prescription online and then they email it to the chemist and I just go to the chemist.
Yeah, Kate, because now people can tell when you spell things wrong. All the other doctors are also spelling things wrong. You just can't tell because of their handwriting. Like, they're all frauds. They're just better at hiding it. You're the fraud who hasn't figured out how to hide it by having good handwriting.
Yeah, that's right. This is true. I have to say, I don't have trouble with tomorrow, Emily, but I do always in my head think Wednesday for when I spell Wednesday. And and uploading content, Kate. Well, yeah, you are pretty rubbish at that. But you have a much better excuse.
I can never remember if Piranesi, like I always want to add an extra S to Piranesi. I always want it to be two.
Yes, because Essie feels like it should have two S's in it.
But it's not. I had to, like, when I was looking back there, I was like, I should actually check out Piranesi is spelled really quickly. You think I'm really considering I can see it from, like, where I sleep.
Yeah. It's like it's constantly in your vision kind of thing, in your home zone. Yeah.
No. I have to Google it every time. Or check my bookshelf, depending on where I am.
Or physically look. It's so hard, honestly. Such hard work.
Well, good talking to you, dearie.
It was. So lovely hanging out with you. Hopefully you might pop back later or catch you next time.
Yep, it's possible. We'll see.
All right.
Have a good day, chat. You were always entertaining.
I have the best chat when I go live. They're lovely.
They are.
So,
bye.
Alrighty. See you. Where are we? And it's me again. That's actually a lot of me. What if I do... Oh, let me do it. No, one of them makes me do a smaller thing. Here we go. Bear with me, people. Here we go. There we go to this one. Nope, that one. Right as I say. Anyway, DK Moon is going to start Soldier Sun. Yay! It's weird. DK. What the heck?
We're clicking it at the same time.
It's the lovely Evie. Hello, the lovely Evie. I'm making you a thing.
Yay!
Somewhere here I've got the picture of what it should look like when it's done. Oh, it should look that way, like that.
Ah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I've literally just done this bit here. Oh, this bit. So I put that side to side. It's the bottom of her wing and the end of her saddle. Where are we? Oh,
holy crap! That's awesome. I have the creative talent of a 5-year-old, so I can.
This is why cross stitch is awesome because it's literally just squares with a number in it, and so that square you put the stitch in of that color.
But here's the thing: I tried cross stitch. I can't even do that. I get it all tangled up.
Oh well, that's about thread management, and that's a whole other thing. And that's where my OCD comes in. My thread management is really good. Like the back of my cross stitches look really tidy. So, you know, my mum taught me how to cross stitch and the back of her cross stitches are a mess. like they're all tangled and there's threads all going everywhere. The back of mine isn't too bad. It looks messy, but there's lots of different coloured threads on mine, you see. But it's still recognisable as the same picture. So,
oh, excuse me.
But it is the most complicated one I've done.
Really?
Like I'm having to do thread management of the ones I'm in the middle of using.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So do you have to like cut each thing to like start it again, or are you like?
Well, I've kept a number of threads threaded in the right colour. Oh, one's fallen off. What's that one? Oh, that's going to be fun to find. To match that to one in the thing, but they come on a board with holes. Like they come in a big strip that I've just cut into bits with the appropriate colour on. Because you buy the whole kit, and so they number all the things, and you get enough thread of the right colour. And it's.
So do you do one color at a time, or do you do like a section and all the colors in that?
With one this size, I'm finding it easier to do a section with all the colours, because once you put one colour in, the next one is easier, and the one after that is easier because there's fewer gaps. And so, trying to do a lot of one colour, you can make mistakes so easily where you're maybe one row out or one column out, and then you've fucked the whole picture because now everything's in the wrong place and something needs to be unpicked, and it's a nightmare. So small sections and everything keeps itself neat. So, but yes.
Thank goodness for my husband, because I was watching, obviously, the sprints on the big TV, and I had gone to do a bathroom break. TMI, everyone. And apparently it was perfect timing in that apparently I was summoned to do sprints whilst I was doing my business. And I came out, and my husband was like, "They want you to join to replace Jake." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "They want you to join to replace Jake." And I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah. So it's always lovely to have company on sprints. What are you reading? Show the world. Because it's so pretty.
I finished The Green Mile. So I'm like, this hasn't been like, I can now prioritize this. I haven't been prioritizing it because I've been prioritizing the new stuff for me. Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh, well done. Yeah, I've as I said earlier in the sprint, you were here, I'm sure, that I just haven't been reading because I haven't been in a good headspace. But I have been listening to a lot of story today. So, yay.
George, no one wants to see your butt.
Oh, look, it's cleaner than Motzi's butt. Like one of his nicknames is Krusty Butt. He's not very well, Motzi, because he's a rescue. We think he's either been quite violently abused, or even to the point where we think he may have been in a car accident, and he's healed badly because he just can't groom himself properly. There are places he just can't get to.
Is he chunky? I can't remember.
He's a very odd shaped cat because he's also quite old and has bugger all teeth, so he doesn't chew his food. So he's very skinny with poor muscles, with a really big belly because he just hoofs his food back without chewing.
Well, I was gonna say because George, because she's fluffy, she's chunky. Yeah. Like there are some places she can't get to, so because she's a chunky lady. So
no, he's unusual because I've never had a cat that's been mistreated, because I don't mistreat cats. And this is the first cat I've been involved in looking after who has been a rescue. So it's been a learning curve for me to kind of go, okay, there are things that I'm used to cats being able to do that he can't do. Yeah. And it's been odd because his body doesn't feel right. Yeah. Like he feels very bony, and yet he's got this big belly.
Yeah.
And we've kind of figured out over the years that, okay, this is why. And
bye, Emily. Good night.
Night, Emily. Hope you get a good sleep before day 2.
Chadia, you're on late. Holy crap.
Although you're welcome. I like a sleepy people in the chat. And Fitz is a silky little boy. Lithe, getting a belly scarf. They do, though. They're shocking. what was I watching? I was watching something, oh God, years ago. And they were saying it doesn't matter how well fed a house cat is, it will still go out and kill things. It's so much a part of their nature. They don't do it when they're hungry. They just do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why there's the thing of this, the image of cats playing with their food.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because they're not into it for food. If they're not hungry, they're still going to go at it. Because they're bastards. And to quote Terry Pratchett, if cats looked like frogs, we'd remember what cruel, vicious little bastards they are.
So, I was at the barn a few weeks, probably about a month or two ago, sometime in the recent past. And one of the barn cats had come in, had brought a baby rabbit in. It hadn't even gotten its eyes opened. It was just...
I'm going to sound horrible, but yay, barn cat!
Yeah, so, and he was just literally playing with it. And he would, like, pick it up and move it over, and all of a sudden you'd hear, like, the screaming rabbit when he picks it up. I'm like, oh, God. And he never killed it. The cat never killed it. He just was torturing it.
And they do, and it's awful.
Yeah.
But I'm realist enough to go, as much as cats are awful and predatory and decimate species, particularly in New Zealand, I mean, they've devastated native species here. They also often kill things that are more pestilential. So rats and rabbits and mice and things that cause a lot of crop damage, which of course is why we have them on farms.
Yeah.
Because, that's what you want. So, and in New Zealand, the rabbit population has got so big in the past that they've developed all sorts of diseases to try and wipe them out, and they just can't do it. So I've never had a problem with cats killing rabbits. Like, no, we need them to go. The damage rabbits can do to a piece of land when they've really gone mental is insane. And kids often do the same back to the cats. This is true. They do.
Awful. I'm just thinking of like the like worst case scenario of like, you hear stories from when people were kids of like tying firecrackers to the tails of cats, and I'm just like, that's just cruel.
It is. So my youngest sister is not my favorite person, and wasn't a particularly loving child, and all of our cats were frightened of her for good reason. But we ended up with a cat who liked swimming, because this cat figured out very young that if it got into the paddling pool, it would be out of her reach, and began to really like it in the pool. And likes to swim from that point forward, would get in the pool with anybody. Like, this is great. But it began with trying to escape a child. But there you go. Possibly a little too much information. But
well, this is on the internet forever, so.
She doesn't watch my sprints. I should be okay. So
listen, I've already talked about my bowel movements today, so.
This is true.
Good.
It's all shameless. It's all good. It's all fine. But anyway, I figure maybe we should do some reading.
Yeah.
Basically, because I'm on the next bit of the pattern, and I can get into a big chunk now. So,
if you're still here, please continue to read, and send us messages, please, because we are waiting with bated breath for that chapter.
Which chapter? Oh, 10. Yes. Yes. So. Yes. It's a beautiful chapter. Or are we talking the same chapter? Because it's chapter 10 in Fool's Assassin. Isn't it chapter 8?
Nope, chapter 10.
Okay. I believe you. You've read it more recently than I have. And you've jumped back on right at a weird time, just in that last few minutes as we
You're welcome,
segue into reading. But that's
okay.
if
you want to hear more about my bowel movement.
Or cats killing rabbits.
Yeah,
beautiful baby rabbits as they scream in their death throes.
Yeah.
This is it's been a very positive chat.
The morbidity is high in this chat. So
yeah, we tapped into our grimdark vibes.
Which is hysterical. Like, I guess technically you
read
could
it.
say this is grimdark, but not really. I've never
I like
read
Alan's
any
description because even though he's never read it, from what he said, well, I might have been on a sprint actually. He said, from what I've heard, it's Grim Hope.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like that. It is Grim Hope.
Who said that again? Sorry.
Alan.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And it stuck with me because I'm like, yeah, that actually is a good descriptor for Hob, Grim Hope. But yes. Anyway, with that, what are we? We're 1:45. So how about we go to 1/4 past? That sounds good to me. All righty. We shall see you in a half an hour.
Spoiler alert, Tharnal.
murdered by a Minwanabi assassin while defending Mara.
Almost got that last little bit done.
He would accomplish as much, for he had no illusion.
I think I read I totally forgot that Alan's live show for the last Uncharted Sky was tonight.
Yeah.
But anyways, I got like, I don't know, 10 pages. What, Max? Why are you whining? Why?
Hi, Max.
Fine, go get scraps. I don't think there's anything over there.
Aw.
I think I've told you this before, but because where George's food is, and she's a messy eater, she gets scraps all over the place, and it falls behind the desk and just down. So he's like, ugh, scraps. He
Bonus
literally
biscuits.
in the morning, as soon like he waits for me to get up, and he will lay in front of the gate into the second bedroom. He's so excited to go in because he wants to go get scraps.
Yeah. He's like, oh, there might be some left for me. Yeah. Oh, he's such a dear.
He's a good boy. We went hiking over the weekend, and we
Oh,
had
well
our
done.
first puppy play date with my coworker's dog.
Oh,
He's
that's so cute.
7 months old now, I think.
Oh.
And Max was such a gentleman. He was so
yay.
calm.
Oh,
There
that's
was just-
awesome.
There was just one instance where the puppy just got too hyper and energetic and was literally trying to crawl on him, probably to try and hump him, because, you know,
Yeah.
he's at that age. And Max was just like, rah, 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 like, you know, gave
Yeah.
him the warning.
Like,
then
no, this is how we dog.
Yeah. And then immediately, like, as soon as he was off, he was fine. And Max looked at me like, did I do okay? I'm like,
Yeah,
was
was
it
it all right?
And Indy was the puppy's name. He immediately backed off, and he immediately also calmed down for the rest of the
Oh,
rest of the
that's
trip.
awesome. I mean,
So-
that's perfect. That's exactly what you're trying to do, really, isn't it, with puppies? When you're trying to get them, what's the word? Socialized with other dogs.
Yeah,
That
and
he's
there's
immediately
just
gone, oh, okay, that's the rules.
yeah, and there's just only some things. There are just some things that only other dogs can teach dogs.
Yes,
So
that's right. And to be fair, also, just hanging out with puppies is awesome. What kind of dog is Indy?
he is a Irish setter
Oh my
golden
God,
doodle
so he's-
mix.
He's huge and cuddly and flop. Oh,
He's so lanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
lanky.
He's-
All elbows and elbows. If it was a person, he would be all elbows and knees.
Right. It's gonna be. Hopefully you can see this.
Oh,
Max,
what are you
dude,
doing?
that is a cat bed, sir.
You don't fit in there, darling.
Oh, he will. He makes himself. Even though he's got plenty of dog beds. You know?
Yeah, we tried to give Mott's a cat bed, and he just looked at it like,
No.
really? No, I'm going to sit in the clean washing, and sit in the laundry and put fur all over it, or I'm going to sit on everyone's beds. That's not true. He doesn't sit on everyone's beds. He only sits on mine. I'll sit on Deary's bed, and he'll sit in my window. But mostly he just sits on the sofa in the lounge and follows the patch of sun as the sun comes through the living room.
That is the life, honestly.
It kind of is, isn't it? Except he does like cold, wet weather, and he will deliberately go out in it. Like he was
Really?
inside this morning. He had his breakfast, he had a big drink of water, and then he literally zoomed out the door the moment one of the kids opened it. And I was like, dude, it's raining. Like, not even drizzle, it's raining. He ran out, and he didn't want to come back in until I went to make my cuppa before the live stream. And I was like, dude, as he's at the doorstep, all big eyes and bedraggled fur.
It's like, how could you do this to me? Like,
Like,
blaming
dude,
you
chose it.
somehow for, you know,
It's like,
getting.
you could have
getting-
come back in at any of the times I called you back in before now. But no. So instead, he looked pathetic at me from the door and came in and basically just dripped everywhere as I chased him with a towel to try and catch the actual
drips.
water on him.
Yeah.
You know, and he didn't like that. But I managed to get quite a bit of water off him before he sat anywhere.
Yeah.
But
Unrelated. Do you remember what time the Fool's Assassin live show is going to be on Sunday?
I want to say 8, whatever time zone is the right one, but I'm not sure. Because I always just wait until Anita puts the link up so that it tells me on YouTube how long it is. It just tells me what time I need to be there, because time zones.
Because I have it at 2 o'clock Eastern time in my calendar, but I could have swore it was supposed to be 1.
I don't know.
Especially with coordinating.
With Anita.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because Alan sent a message about coordinating for the Daughter of the Empire discussion.
Oh, of course, yes.
So.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Max. Seriously.
You're right, Kate. Wiggle butt dogs are the best. Mm-hmm. And the ones that wiggle their butt so far and so hard that their actual legs move with their tail, they're the best.
Yeah.
Where they throw their own balance off. It's brilliant.
Max's Uncle Jay got a little... So we have a... For context, we have a thing that's mounted on the wall where we hang the leashes and stuff like that. It's in the kitchen. And so right above that, Max's Uncle Jay got him a little plaque thing that's just, something that you get out of like a kitschy like gift shop or whatever. And it says, "Beware of wiggle butts."
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, it's adorable. I'm like going right above it. So.
And Mia does it too. Oh, so we need to know your dog's name, Tunnel, so that we can do that. Hi, Ryan. How's it going?
Hi, Ryan. You're late, sir.
Basically, delighted dogs in general are the best thing ever.
Yeah.
And I say this as a cat person. I prefer cats. I've always had cats. I've only ever lived with one dog for any length of time. And I don't know if I can ever have a dog again. It absolutely broke me when we lost him to old age. But because dogs are the best people ever.
Max, you the best person ever?
Yeah, they are.
Are you the best person?
I'm of the opinion that if reincarnation is a thing, before you find enlightenment, dogs are like the final form of actually being in a physical form. Because dogs are just the best people.
They are, as the Night Eyes, to paraphrase Night Eyes, they live in the present. So.
They do. They're just ultimately in that moment. Hera is a great name.
That reminds me, I'm pretty sure I have negative steps at this point. So
I'm about the same, Evie. I went out yesterday to the supermarket and I walked to the supermarket and I walked back. And on my way back, I thought, what are the odds this is the only time I leave the house until this time next week? And it's kind of sad and oddly reassuring for me to know that, that's probably the case.
I wasn't able to meet Birdie,
but we knew her in spirit.
Yes, and I
agree with that.
No doubt she ascended.
I absolutely agree with that. Dogs they're in their final form. They are the purest form of love that still has a physical body.
Yep, and there are no bad dogs. There are just
only bad owners. Yeah, because all dogs who have ever done anything awful have been mistreated in some way to teach them that behavior, or have never been taught how to control their behavior. Yeah. As we were talking just before with visiting with Indy, with Max, socializing their dog this is how it's appropriate to behave.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I firmly believe that. And again, this comes from somebody as a cat person. I'm not a dog person. I don't present myself to anybody as a dog person, despite Night Eyes being just living in my heart rent-free forever. Dogs are just better. I find them annoying, but they're better. Leah used to have a dog that was a spaniel and so stupid it barely knew how to dog. I would be like, seriously, Bob? Don't even breathe. Just stop breathing. You're so annoying. You're the most annoying thing ever. But he would bring me a sock every time I visited.
Aww.
Stupidly dumb.
Yeah,
dog.
Maxie, we're talking about doggies. We're talking about doggies.
Awesome.
Come here.
Yeah, because you're the best one.
Yeah, you are the best boy.
Yeah, they're all the best one, though, let's be fair. They all are. They are absolutely just the best things ever. And pets in general, let's face it. Was it you? Somebody was, yes, I think it was you. You were saying that you were going to take grief days for the day that you have to say goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
And I firmly believe that. We have such a connection to our pets that on a level that we don't with people. Like we are as open and vulnerable with our emotions with our pets as we are ever capable of with anything. So when we lose that, that's a foundation heart piece that you lose. That's significant loss.
On the flip side, you really needed a sock, apparently. So.
Well, that's funny, Kate, because my mundane superpower is that I never lose socks. Ever. I wear socks out in pairs.
Max will zero in on food and get it no matter. Yeah. Once a grape dropped on the floor and I was like, no! Thank God he didn't get it. So.
Yeah. Yes. Stupid
yeah.
cat.
So George is the most uncoordinated cat I've ever had. Ever. Like,
yeah.
She's so uncoordinated. Like, she'll, like, jump up on the thing, and there was one time she went to go jump up on a table or something like that, and she just literally overshot it and just slid straight off. And, of course, she's looking at me like, yeah, I meant to do that.
Totally did that on purpose. That face that cats make, I've only ever seen cats make.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is a face of, I totally meant to do that. Don't know why you're looking at me like that was funny. That was on purpose. No, Bob knew. Maybe Bob did know. Maybe he was asking me to find the other sock.
Yeah, that would do it.
Because the family that I live with, oh my God, the sock dramas that this family has. Every week, at least once a week, one of the children will be running around, well, not running, stomping through the house before school going, where are the socks? I have seen Leah buy many pairs of socks. I know there are more than plenty of many socks. Yet every week there's going to be a drama about socks. Either none are clean, none are in pairs. Again, all of the socks that are bought are plain black socks that match all of the other plain black socks.
Yeah. I mean, maybe
Bob was going, please make a pair.
Yeah.
Maybe.
My solution to that is just don't wear shoes that require socks. So that's what I do.
Kind of hard to avoid. The kids going to school in rainy, cold, bleak weather, they kind of have to wear shoes and socks. So you miss having a dog, Alethea. I don't blame you. Yes, it is a learning curve when you no longer have a dog, that you do have to suddenly think, oh shit, I better pick up the food that I dropped, because it's no longer going to magically disappear. That is definitely a thing. If you want to become an assassin, the easiest way is to have a litter of puppies around. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I need that. I need a training montage of that. Absolutely. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love looking at puppies. It's just the best. Again, as a cat person, nothing is cuter than puppies.
It's true.
Like not even human babies.
I mean,
baby dogs, best thing in the world.
No offense to anyone that has babies or has had a child or has a child that was a baby, but babies are ugly. Like all babies are ugly.
Yeah. Oh, you get very, because I won't lie to people. I try my absolute best not to lie to people. So you'd find other things to say nice things about. With
that's a nice little jumper.
It's like, wow, what a beautiful head of hair. Or, oh, that's a healthy weight. Or, oh, their skin is so beautiful. Because some babies are just weird looking. And it's not their fault. They get all squished up. Getting out is not easy.
Also, you can't choose your parents. So
No, this is true. Babies don't get cute until about 1. This is true.
I would argue that they never get cute. So
Well,
did you know
they have
that
their moments.
elephants think we humans are? There have been studies done that show the same parts of their brains light up when they. That is amazing!
Okay, that makes me really happy, Kate. That actually brings me joy.
That is so cute. Oh my
Because
god!
elephants, they're the bomb.
Ugh.
I would be interested to have that experiment done on dolphins. I wonder what they think when they see us. I know that because I know they've done that with cats, and I know they've done it with dogs. Dogs see us as bigger dogs. Cats see us as a weird big animal.
To get really gross, they probably just like, can I fuck that? Honestly, because did you hear it? Did you know about the lady in the 60s that had the dolphin in the Soviet Union or whatever? Did you hear about that?
Yes,
No.
yes,
Okay. All right. I'm not going to go into detail. Just look it up, people. I don't want Darius' panel to be turned off.
Oh, sorry. Because I had locked that away, Evie.
You're welcome.
Yes, I do remember that. It's quite disturbing.
Yeah.
But yes, it's a thing.
And the dolphin wound up killing himself.
Yes.
So, dolphins can have depression too.
Dolphins are
10 points for I thought you said for Gryffindor. Whatever. I'm more of a Hufflepuff, let's be honest.
I'll give you that one. I'm definitely a Ravenclaw.
I did take the test, Kate. I think technically I'm a Ravenclaw, but I'm definitely a Hufflepuff.
You can be a Ravenclaw with a Hufflepuff secondary.
True.
Because I know I'm a Ravenclaw with a Slytherin secondary. It was really close.
Dolphins are the hippies of the sea.
Hey, look, dolphins. Yeah. I always connect dolphins in my head with Douglas Adams and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Dolphins are the hippies. Orca are the jocks.
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah. Dolphins are the hippies. Orca are the jocks. Belugas are like the stoners.
I'll give you that one.
And I'm trying to think. Narwhals are the ones that transcend social groups in high school. They're in everything.
Yeah. They are, in fact, the unicorns. Oh, yeah.
Baby beluga. I don't remember
belugas so much. Yes, thanks for all the fishes. 20 for Slytherin if you want. Only if... No, that's not fair. But I like all of the characters, to be fair, in Harry Potter.
Yeah.
So I was like...
Humpback whales are specifically the linebackers in American football.
Yeah. They're beefy.
Yeah. Blue whales are like the class president.
They're the politicians.
Yeah. You know what? God damn it! I'm gonna think about this all night. Of where do the mammal water creatures correlate to high school social hierarchies?
Yep. It's a thing.
No, I already said orcas are the jocks. So more specifically, the dickhead jocks. So, because have you seen Orca playing with seals? And
they're
just killing sharks just to eat the liver.
To be fair, sharks.
True. But,
let's face it. I mean, I can say, sharks are scary, but I don't have to go where they live. Orcas, they have to share the space.
So what about other fishes? Why only whales? So one, whales are not fish.
True.
They are mammals. But no fishes, because I am oddly freaked out by fish. More specifically, the large
Schooling fish are weird.
Schooling fish, cool, I can get behind that. But it's the big fish that I don't like. Like, do you know how fucking big a tuna is? Like, they're
massive.
Huge. Goliath groupers. Literally, I will piss my pants if I ever encountered a Goliath grouper IRL. Like, face-to-face in the water. Which, thankfully, I'm afraid of the ocean, so that's never happening.
I mean, I live in New Zealand. We're literally a couple of islands at the bum end of the world. There's a lot of sea between us and anywhere else. Most people in New Zealand have some kind of water hobby of some kind.
Yeah.
Even if it's just hanging out at the beach and just playing in the sea. I am not a beach person. I don't know how to swim. Sharks live in there. So do other stingy, poisonous things.
Yeah.
And
other things that we don't know about. Like, we've only explored, 5% of the ocean?
Yeah. Well, whatever I'm sure it's growing exponentially, but it's definitely less than the moon. We know less about the ocean than we do about the moon. And that is weird.
Like, the ocean is scarier, Tharnal, because there are things in the ocean that can eat you. Whereas in outer space, basically, it's just a lack of oxygen and or asteroid and or like solar flare that will kill you. You know the thing. New Zealand is populated by Kens.
There are a lot of Kens. They do beach. And if they're not a Ken, I don't know what the equivalent of a rugby player would be, but that's what they are. They kind of separate reasonably easily into the blokes who play winter sport like rugby or surf.
Ryan, and, you dislike the ocean, but you were at the beach all weekend.
Zulu's in the ocean, so well, there you go. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Chad. Yes, Chad. No, there's an element of attempted coolness about Chads. There's not an attempted coolness about rugby players. They're just like, I'm big and strong and I drink much beer. It's very Neanderthalish. It's I'm not a rugby fan if you hadn't
beer.
Noticed. Yeah. Oh, you don't swim either. There you go. See? The ocean's a scary place. There's just so much we don't know about it. And things could live in there that are smart, I think. Well, things do live in there that are smart. We know this. And so it's a bit scary.
Yeah.
Which is why, and I know
Again,
I've told
going
you
back
about
to
it.
dolphins.
Yeah.
Looking at us saying, can we fuck that? So.
Yeah. Kind of. Granny will win, Donald, against pretty much everybody. I would like to see a standoff between Granny and Veterinary. That would be interesting. But Cthulhu's just rubbish. He's screwed against Granny. Great. You have to read Weird Sisters, Evie. You just have to.
Stop dunking your books in water. That's the one thing. I don't understand people that read books while taking a bath.
I do it. I did it. I've only ever dropped one book in the bath. And I was really fast getting it out of the water. And I dried it so well, it was almost unnoticeably damaged by water. Almost. But a Kindle fits in a Snaplock bag really nicely. So no longer a problem.
True.
But Mary Poppins book version is the only one who would stand a chance. No, not even her. Seriously, Granny's got it. Want to talk about animal sex once at Dragon Con? Well, there you go. You have to do these things. One of the funniest, talking about animals and shagging, was a documentary that Stephen Fry did while he was in New Zealand. And he went to see one of the rarest birds in the world called a kakapo. And they're a ground bird. They very rarely fly. They're like a big giant parrot. And they mate on the ground. And because he was in a Department of Conservation site where they knew where the birds were. They knew, like they know the individual birds. They all have names. I can't remember the names. And so they went to film this bird sending out his mating call. And there is a moment that they capture, which is just brilliant, where the kakapo lands on the cameraman's head and attempts to shag him.
I gotta look this up.
It's really funny. And it's a kakapo, which is Kakapo, is the bird. Yes, it exists. And Stephen Fry doing a documentary. It was so funny. Really is. And their mating call is really weird. It's a really low hoot, which is odd from a parrot.
That is a oddly large bird. I did not expect that.
We have some really beautiful birds here, but beautiful in an understated way. Like they're all very greens and browns and they're gorgeous. But they all have a flash of colour somewhere. And mostly it's under their wings. We have one bird called a pukeko, which is a bit like a heron, and it's got the big long legs and quite a long neck, but it's black. It's black, and it's got a red sort of flame part that comes up from its beak and a red beak, and it has a white flash on its feathers under its tail, but it has a really short tail. And one of the ways they signal to each other is flicking their tails. So you end up with these little flashes of white bum of pukekos when you see them. It is so funny. It really is. We have some of the funniest looking birds. It's great. Headology for the win. Damn straight. Yep. You go, Alethea and Kate have seen it. It's so good. It really is. So
I literally am going to watch it after we're done, or whenever we sprint next, whatever we're doing.
Yeah. So that's very funny. And you're talking people and animals interacting. There was one where Robin Williams was at a sanctuary with gorillas, and he was being told all the rules about not coming off the path and not making eye contact, and it's all very dangerous. And the male silverback in the park came onto the path, and everyone starts freaking out, and they're like, oh my God, don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other. And he approached Robin Williams and brought him in for a hug. And they're all like, oh my God, don't panic, don't do anything. Because that's really dangerous and he could tear your arms off. And he just wanted to give Robin Williams a hug pretty much and just kind of go, hey, you're really hairy. It was the most amazing thing. I'm like, see?
The video of Robin Williams meeting Coco.
Wasn't that wonderful?
Yeah. Indeed, Robin Williams also did ascend.
Yes, I believe that. Or he's a delightful golden retriever somewhere.
I'm pretty sure he ascended.
Or maybe he's a poodle.
He definitely ascended. Like, all the amazingness that man did.
Yes, this is true.
Indeed. Who wouldn't want to hug with Robin Williams?
Right.
Who wouldn't? Precisely.
And I think it's the fact that it was somebody... Because they are somebodies, saw him and were like, I want to be in that person's space.
You know what? I will even say that dolphins would even want to hug Robin Williams. They wouldn't even ask about if they could fuck him. They would say, I want a hug.
But I do agree with Kate. I think if he did have to go through a dog phase first, he would be a poodle. Because they're highly intelligent and very highly strung and very hard to make focus. So, yeah, I think he'd be a poodle.
I think...
Because trying to keep that man on topic must have been impossible.
True.
I think
maybe a husky.
Maybe. Let's face it, he was hairy enough.
I have more faith in dolphins than you do. Well, it's a low bar, so...
And your big man cried like a baby at least 5 of his movies. And understandably so.
I bawled like a baby when he died. I'm not...
I still find it hard to talk about him.
Yeah. Like, I'm not the type of person that's, like, gets into these weird parasocial relationships with celebrities, but that man was my childhood. Like, in more than just Aladdin, more, like, Ferngully the Last Rainforest, Jack, like... I grew up with his movies, which I know movies came out before, I was even
Yeah,
born.
but they were around.
Yeah, he's just been he was a staple of my childhood and my young adulthood, and he's just incredibly talented and
he
funny
had talent
and
out the wazoo, man.
yeah.
Did you see him do like the it was a thriller he was in?
1 Hour Photo?
Yes. That was amazing.
No, I haven't.
It was amazing. He creeped me the hell out.
Yeah.
He played Creeper scarily well.
Yeah.
Like, that was creepy. Creepy. I was impressed that way. Because, I've seen a lot of Robin Williams. And you're like, yeah, he's great. And he's really fast and infectious. And he's got that vibe about him. And he's brilliant.
It's like, oh, shit.
And then he plays this completely deadpan, straight,
unnerving character.
Yeah, and it was scary.
Yes! Hook! Hook is such a great movie. So underrated, I feel like. It's so good. Rufio.
A Fisher King. He was good in that.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, he was good in that. That was also his Jeff Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
He was like a lot of the true talents. Yes, really versatile and just could do so many things. It's one of the. He was very much proof of if you're good at comedy, you're going to be good at dramatic acting because his timing was always so good, so good. I'm just trying to think. I don't even think he was in any flops.
I mean, maybe the later stuff, like, just because, movies are getting less. Oh, hi, George.
They're less individual now.
Yeah.
It's rare for you to come across something that you haven't seen in some form somewhere else.
Come on, George.
Just a pinch. I loved him as Aladdin, but it was very in the moment. It was. It's going to be the one that it already has. It's aged the fastest. It's become less funny the fastest because so much of it was on topic at the time.
Wait, what has?
Aladdin, with Robin Williams voicing Genie. There are references to things that no one gets anymore. So. I mean, the Arsenio Hall moment was.
Oh yeah.
There was just so many references just aren't going to hit anymore. So that's going to age out the quickest, I think. But he was just so fast.
Well, I'm not sure if you're planning on doing another sprint, but I will.
That was the next sentence out of my gob.
I will have to drop it like a little bit before 9. So
we may as well say goodnight to the lovely Evie, who, of course, as we know, will turn into a pumpkin if it gets too late.
It's true. So. I will freely admit, I am going to watch another stream because my IRL friend is doing a charity stream for trying to raise money for an animal shelter. So
well, then that absolutely has preference. Yeah. So
he does it every year.
Good luck for your friend, and enjoy that stream. And we will no doubt chat to you again shortly.
Yes. Kate, you should hop on and I can pass the baton to you.
Well, whoever would like to join me is welcome to do so. The link is in Alan's council room. So off you go. All right. Oh, and just before we go, or I go, or you go rather, finish Storm of Swords. So no more reading for you tonight. Aww. Yeah, that's a hell of a chonker to put down. But that's okay. You don't have to read. You can just hang out. I'm going to go
also watch Rare Parrot shagging a cameraman.
Yeah, because it's funny. All right. Lovely to see you, Evie. And we are going to sprint, and we're going to sprint, what are we? We're 10 to, so we'll go to 1:30. If anybody would like to hang around for that long, you are welcome to do so. So, mwah, to the lovely Evie, and we are going to sprint. And we're back. We're at 1:30, and I'm in the middle of an ambush battle that's all very dire, and it's literally 5-1 odds at this point, and our heroes are being whittled away. So highly exciting and almost painful to listen to. But I have read this before, so I know how it ends. So that always helps. So how did everybody else do in the sprints? We have lost Alethea, who has gone to retire for the evening. How did everybody else do? Kate is currently a pumpkin, so she may have gone to sleep. So if so, sleep well, Kate. And what about the rest of everybody? What else is everyone up to? That, I think, might be our last sprint. I think we'll have a little bit of a natter and call it an evening. But how did you all go? So we've got, hi, you've been with us for a while now. Is it Dimitri or is it something else entirely? I'm sorry for getting it wrong, because no doubt I have. I apologize. And as soon as you tell me how it should be said, I shall say it that way, because that's what should happen. What else? Hayward. Oh, well, that makes it easier. It does make it easier, but isn't necessarily your name. But Hayward does make it easier. It's your title. Oh, and it's a Malazan reference. Well, there you go. That'll be why I don't get it, because I haven't read Malazan yet. I do intend to, because I hear so many things about it, and most of it's good, but very varied good. So, yeah. Because I get, the very highbrow discussion type things that we have our lovely Philip Chase and the absolutely fabulous AP talk about, all very deep and meaningful and all about compassion and empathy. And then we have Alan talk about it, where he's all about exciting drama and battles and dinosaurs with sword arms. And that sounds really exciting too. So I will get there, but I just building myself up to it, because new worlds are hard for me since I had a stroke. Creating a world in my head is more difficult. So it's part of why I reread so often. It helps keep the worlds built, if you like. They tend to fall down pretty quick. But I am getting better at new reads. So when I get to a point where I feel confident that I can keep a world in my head to build the story in, I'll be heading into the Tales of the Malazan World. Was it the Book of the Fallen? Yes, that's the one, Book of the Fallen. I do intend to read it. At the moment, I'm kind of in the middle of a handful of new reads, but I haven't really done a lot. One piece of advice for when I start Malazan: do not read the first Malazan book while having a fever. Okay, that sounds like advice from someone who knows. So I shall do my best to follow that advice. And Shard's here. Hi, Shard, how are you? It's always, what's the word I'm looking for? Not reliable, but you are a constant, which is wonderful. So it's lovely to see you, my friend. And when am I reading Malazan? Probably not for a while. I was hoping I would feel up to it toward the end of this year, but I don't know that I will. I'll see how I go. I've got a couple more new books to read, and if I can absorb them properly and I feel that I'm keeping those details pretty well, I will move into Malazan, but I'm not quite there yet. I figure if I'm not feeling 100% confident on books that aren't considered complicated, I should probably wait until I am. Because it sounds like the sort of series that once I am up to reading it, I will very much enjoy. So I kind of don't want to give it short odds. I want to give it as much opportunity as possible to satisfy. So I need my brain to be up to it. So again, I'm working on it. I'm exercising the brain. So, because as I say, I'm reading some new stuff. I am almost halfway through The Vanished Birds by Simon Jimenez that the lovely Evie gave me. which is new, and I am enjoying it. It's written beautifully, but it's science fiction rather than fantasy. So already there's a shift there in the writing, and it's written. Excuse me. It's written in not an unusual way, but almost in a form of short stories that so far haven't really melded together yet. But as for no worries and no pressure, thank you. I generally can I can generally ignore pressure because I'm comfortable enough in my reasons for putting things off. And as I say, I fully intend to get there, and I'll absolutely share when I do begin, because it strikes me as being a series of books that really benefits from having conversations and sharing thought process and getting that discourse in as you go through. So I will be on the Discord a lot when I do go through Malazan, because I think I have found that it just adds so much to reading a book when you have this kind of community to share it with, who can help explain things or fill out things that you kind of understood but didn't quite. Everybody's amazing for helping, and most people are fantastic about doing that without spoilers. So I'll definitely let everybody know when I start into Gardens of the Moon, because I fully intend to get there. As it is, I've got the rest of the Vanished Birds to go. I want to read The Spear Cuts Through Water, again, from the lovely Evie. And I do trust her recommendations for me. She's got a really good sense of what I like. And I've got the rest of the Winternight trilogy to read, again, Evie. I also have the rest of the Warlord Chronicles to get through, because I read, or rather listened to, The Winter King earlier in the year, or at the end of last year. So I must continue into that, because everybody says Enemy of God is fantastic. So that's always that. On what Discord can one find you? Or Evie, for that matter? Both of us are Discordless. So we tend to hang out in everybody else's. I can be found frequently in Alan's Discord. If you're a patron of Jimmy's, I can be found over there. I've been a little AWOL lately. I haven't been having the best mental health month so far, so I haven't been very present, but I am trying. Where else do I hang out? Keymark's a nice place to hang out. I've been there often. The Wizardly Duo Discord, that's a great place, although that's got a new name now because they've taken on some more co-Discord ownery people. The Grimoire, obviously. I've got about 20 Discords, so there's a pretty good chance I'm in a Discord that we share. Check out the Hob thread. If there is a Hob thread, that'll be where you can find me. If there isn't, I don't know. I'm pretty sure most of the Discords I'm in have a Hob thread, because I ignore most other channels. Shard, Warlord is awesome. How did you like book one? I did really like it. I liked its narrative style. I liked the way it was told. I liked that it felt like almost like a secret history, because it very much feels like it's being written against the prevailing winds, which I like. And it does fit in with the time of history that this is set. I mentioned earlier in the stream to Carlos, actually, from StoryTube. I was born in the UK, and we moved to New Zealand when I was quite young. But being from the UK, because I was a child and we moved a lot and I was always the new kid, being from the UK kind of defined a lot of who I was as a kid. So I very much looked into the history of the UK and of Europe. So while I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination in this period of English history, I am familiar enough to know how much accuracy is in the Warlord Chronicles, and this sense that this is a secret version of that history really fits the vibe of that time in history, because so much of that was being deliberately erased. there was being a deliberate act on the part of the church to bury that druidic history, that history of oneness with the land and paganism in any form. So it speaks to me. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really great. I think that the audio absolutely helped, because I did live in Wales for a little while when I was young, and one of the things they do in Wales is teach you Welsh. And while I don't remember any of the Welsh, and I don't remember any of the language rules around the Welsh, I know that what a Welsh name looks like on the page is not what it's going to sound like. So listening to it on audiobook was really good as far as that was concerned. And I do have Enemy of God. I think I've got that both on Kindle and Audible. So it probably isn't too far away when I move on in that series. I may even re-listen to The Winter King before getting into it, because as I'm talking, I'm thinking, it has actually been a while. Yeah, I might re-listen to that, because yes, the narration is brilliant. Have I seen season 2 of Good Omens, Darnell? Yes, I have. I binged it all on the day it came out. I was so excited. I had it written in my diary, on my journal and in the calendar, and I was so excited. And I loved it. It was wonderful. And I was upset, and I was happy, and I was thrilled, and I was excited, and I was crying at the end, because, Neil Gaiman, you did a fabulous job, and I have a problem with the way you ended that. So I am hoping that there will be more. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that it's been successful enough to keep going. And I thought it was really well done. And I think it's absolutely capped by the fact that David Tennant and Michael Sheen embody their characters so wonderfully that they allow for this sort of sense that this is a living story, which is wonderful. So you too, yay, day one, seen it as one large movie. Exactly. And because it's a British show, it's short run, 6 episodes, and you can watch it all in one night, and it was just so wonderful. I hope to see more of Miranda Richardson as Shax. She was great. I loved her since I saw her as Mab and Merlin. I have been a fan of Miranda Richardson since Blackadder Series 2, when she played Queen Elizabeth I. And she was marvellous. And she rather delightfully has a moment where she just looks at one of the characters and goes, "Who's Queen?" And I just loved her from that moment on. I've seen her in a lot of roles since then, and she's just, well, fabulous. I think she did a great job as Rita Skeeter in the Harry Potter movies. I think that she has a knack for comedic timing. And we were talking about this earlier, Evie and I, about Robin Williams. Comics often work really well as dramatic actors because their timing is just so good. And there you go. That's where DK Moon knows her from, Blackadder. Blackadder is one of those underrated TV shows. It's an absolute classic, and it's so very funny, and I just love it. Tunnel, if you haven't seen Blackadder, it is marvellous. There are 4 seasons, and they each focus at a different point in English history. The first season has a slightly different vibe to the last 3. Their writing team changed slightly, and the dynamic changes. In the first season, Blackadder, played by Rowan Atkinson, is a bit dim. He's not very bright, and his servant Baldric is the brains. That dynamic gets switched up in the later 3 series, and it just flows much better. It's much faster humor. It's much cleverer storytelling. But, all of the series are fabulous. They're very brilliant. And you haven't seen it because you wanted to learn more about British history. Excellent. You will definitely get it now. Because it does touch on fairly major points in British history. And it's not that there are any big moments. It's merely the characters surrounding the Blackadder character that pinpoints the moments in time. So And they're just brilliant. I think they're fabulous. And if after you watch them you think they're great, they did a Red Nose special comedy movie length one-off. I think it was for Christmas or New Year one year. And if you can find that on YouTube, that's worth watching. It's a character that they often sort of dust off for the Red Nose days. So, but DK Moon, like season 2 and 3, the best. Queen and Prince Regent. Oh yes, absolutely. Seasons 2 and 3 are just delightful. Season 4, I think, is just as clever. And I think because it's actually that much more recent in human history and is the more recorded moments in human history, that we're more familiar with the story of World War II. And so seeing that humour in that situation is a little more heartrending. And while seasons 2 and 3 are just simply funny, season 4 is funny and also really tragic. And yes, it's a Christmas Carol version. You're right, DK Moon. That's exactly what you're looking for, Tarnal, if you want to continue into Blackadder after you've watched the TV show. Because it is really funny. It's a British classic, really, for a reason. The humour is very dry. It's very British. It's very sarcastic. It's very dark. And it also has moments of slapstick and comedy, which you got, of course, with Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry when they joined the casts in seasons 2 forward, because they're just brilliant. And I'm trying to think of the chap's name who played Colonel Darling, which will come to me, I'm sure, at some point this evening. You've seen glimpses with Hugh Laurie and Rowan Atkinson, and you'll see it for sure. Awesome. I do like it when people find some things. The long winter evenings must just fly by. Yes, quite. Another British TV show that I talked about recently in Discord with Carlos from StoryTube. Another great channel if you feel like watching anybody. They're just marvelous. Carlos and Yolanda. StoryTube with tube spelt T-O-O-B. Marvelous. They're so funny. Carlos and I both share a love of the TV show Only Fools and Horses, which I discovered after I talked to him when he began his Discworld journey and met a character that I think is based on an Only Fools and Horses character. So I think CMOT Dibbler from Discworld, the forever optimistic sausage in a bun salesman who tries so very hard to get ahead by selling all sorts of things, is Del Boy from Only Fools and Horses. So it helps if you've seen some of the British comedy around during the 80s, I think, for Discworld to really have all of those jokes land. So, but anyway, we are now heading into 10 to 2 in the afternoon for me. And I've been here since 9, I think. And I'm going to call it to a close. I still have dishes to do before the kids come home from school, and I'm hungry. I want some lunch. So I'm going to sign off. So thank you all so very much for coming to keep me company during these sprints. I have read or listened to probably a good, hour and a half of my book. And yes, Hayward, 2 in the afternoon. I'm in New Zealand. I live in the islands at the bum end of the world. So, yeah, that's what time it is. Or almost. It's 10 to 2. And, I better go and have some lunch and do the dishes. And, focus. I'm going to put the audiobook back on and do some more embroidery. So, whatever else you guys are up to, I hope you enjoy your evenings or days. I know we had some people here from Europe. And, it was lovely to talk to you all. With that, I'm going to love you and leave you, and I will see you all next time. Bye.